Alright, good evening everybody and welcome to this week's episode of Rough Rolling. Might be a little bit of a short of a recap considering what happened last time, but let's get it anyways. Take us away, Lan.
Sure. So, let's say that it was a particularly long-reaching episode. As Grace said, it was a couple small events that kind of dominated things. We started off by finishing our conversation in the Ioun Dream realm with Dorian, the Ioun stone creatures that had their soul inhabiting the gem. During that conversation, we kind of got a little bit of context as far as who and what they are, and a bit of information on like what the Ioun stones actually are, which turned out to be the souls/bodies, kind of ish, of those people. We also, during that conversation, watched a memory about from a different perspective of an expedition that Fermix was on, where Dorian and his contact was trying to scare them away so they wouldn't be able to get their hands on the artifacts. And the exact form, or well, what it was, wasn't super clear. But Dorian explained that it was essentially a key to locating the Ark and whatever else was held inside. And in addition to that, we were very much not the only ones looking for it, and they had been working to try to hide these keys for a while, with mixed success. After we woke from the dream realm, we learned that Madame Carrington's dream stronghold, that her shop had been overrun by Caligaro and his associates, leading to both her and Metley becoming very, very much gravely injured. While we were investigating the shop itself, we were attacked by Madame Carrington's assistant, who had apparently been dominated by the night hag who was working with Caligaro. The session ended very shortly after that. We had broken the domination and woke him up after a bit of a rough treatment. And we had all split up to try to take care of our own business, but primarily just expediting the progress of trying to decode the ritual, getting ready for that. And that's about where we left off.
Alright. Yeah, I think that basically covers everything. It really was just two encounters and that was about it. So, let's at least go over like what people were doing now that you had left Madame Carrington's in order to continue your research and spend the day. So what did everyone depart to do?
More studying.
I'd probably try to maybe heal up that guy and myself a little bit more if he still has any lingering injuries, and then go do research.
All right.
/ some spell preparation.
All right.
I think Vic was planning on staying in Bridgefront for a while, essentially trying to facilitate fund, if needed, the removal of the people in the area, at least for the time being. Try and get them out of Bridgefront before the night falls and the Dream Realm is open once again.
I had gone to look for Abigail, the little girl who lost their family.
The 16-year-old?
Oh, right. Yeah, little girl.
Little high school junior.
They're just
so
what
much
all
younger
of our
than
16-year-old girl audience.
The basically infant child.
Yeah.
Unless you're Dr. Disrespect.
Then it's okay.
It's streamer drama, we can talk about it.
That's such a fucking
that is
wild...
the second reference to that today that I've heard.
I've heard more than one rap song about liking really young girls by, like, not just like it's a, oh, this is somebody being edgy. Like, this is somebody who is a little too comfortable with being who they are.
Kid Rock, and they put that song into an animated movie, Osmosis Jones. And they put the lines
You're
where he
kidding
talks
me.
about it, too, in that movie. Good job,
What the-
Chris Rock. That's a conversation to start a stream off on, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
Big chill.
We're knocking that ball straight into the sand trap.
Yeah. Got any fun conversations going on in the Twitch Whisper system?
Guys, we know what we're doing. We know where we're at.
I mean, I'm getting forcibly distracted anyway.
All right. You're gonna spend a little bit of time healing up both yourself and Colville. Thankfully, his wounds are non-lethal, so his will just fade. He just had his face pummeled into hamburger. So, yeah. Yeah.
Can I like? I don't want to just leave him. I think we've got some other stuff that I'm like,
Yeah.
another scroll of cure light wounds on him. Won't be bad.
125 gold? Well, that's nothing for us. Actually, I'm not sure if that's what it costs. Is it 125 or is it just 25?
It's just 25.
Yeah, it's
That's a lot
scrolls are
better.
not.
Still expensive
Yeah,
if you're
it just
normal. Ew.
yeah.
Still about as much as most people make in a year.
Some people, yeah, like
Sure.
really rural peasants. Uh-huh.
For 2 HP when you're bleeding to death.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I'll say that, and then I'll be like, just come by after I've had a chance to meditate. It should be about an hour or so.
He's like,
Or
I think I have a room to clean up at this point.
Oh.
Just kind of looks around to like the room that's like half in disaster and covered with a shitload of like plant pollen from the extavaes.
in that case, I'll come back. I feel bad about it.
Alright.
And with that, I'll head back to the inn, looking just a little bit disheveled and definitely somewhat tired.
Yeah. So you go back not too long after Sven goes back, and I feel like Sven is probably just gonna go right to studying. I don't know how horrific that scene is or how he took it, but
I've seen worse.
yeah. Yeah.
It
I
is
think
difficult to
Sven.
make studying like cinematic and exciting.
Yeah, I pull out the book and brush off some of the dust that's accumulated over the past few hours. I turn to
I'm
the
fucking
page
with
that
you.
I read the book.
I'm fucking with you. Alright. Vic, you are definitely, well, not necessarily going to find it difficult, but there's a lot of people that live in this neighborhood. Like, a lot of people. Are you going to prioritize anyone, or are you just gonna go, Hurricane Katrina's coming and George Bush ain't gonna stop this one?
But God might if we pray.
So, I think the main goal is to just find. Probably gonna, if we're gonna prioritize anyone, it'll be the people who don't appear to have any, clear living situation outside of
Almost.
the streets they're currently on.
Yep, there's
So
definitely...
most of Bridgefront.
That's a decent amount of people, and maybe not the most amount of people, but you're gonna definitely be paying some amount of money if you want to get people either A, indoors, or B, to leave the neighborhood. There are a decent amount of like inns and stuff like that that are in the area, and I think most of them are pretty affordable. I think a kind of lower end inn is what, like a gold or two a night, I think, for a room.
Something like that.
Yeah.
It's out there somewhere.
I
Which
think
I
it varies
think-
depending on
yes.
I think some of the really cheap ones are like 5 silver or something like that.
Mhm.
You want to go to like a flop house, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I guess for you guys that isn't much money at all. So, you're probably gonna spend a majority of the day. I'm assuming you're just gonna keep going. You know, just Terminator it.
Yeah, I mean, he's just gonna. Yeah, I was sorry checking the prices. Like a very bad inn is apparently 2 silver per night, but it can go from 2 silver up to, you know, in the 30s of gold.
Yeah.
Probably gonna stick to the regular. I think a common inn is 5 silver per night. So
Most of them are going to be
whatever.
in that like common to good. It's gonna be that.
Yeah, just that whatever is like available outside of Bridgefront, and if people aren't willing to spend, take in large amounts of homeless people, then it'll probably facilitate getting some camping supplies together for anyone who's
Well,
more
what's-
inclined to leave the city.
Interesting is there are a decent amount of temples in this city. Your own obviously would be able to house some people. The old Temple of Aetheric, which functionally functions as a homeless shelter now, make a decent donation. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to put up a decent amount of people there as well. Azarian might accommodate some of that. Tira possibly. Liliana probably would. Yeah, those are probably the ones that would actually take people.
Okay.
So yeah,
Yeah.
for a lot of these, if you make like a 25 or 50 gold donation, they'll take in like, a couple dozen people each.
Okay. Yeah. He'll go around and try to organize the place to stay before gathering a crowd of homeless people to follow him around.
Well,
So, kind of interesting to just have like 600 people following him through the city.
yeah, that wouldn't be problematic at all. That
Place
wouldn't,
to stay. Yeah.
end with that couldn't possibly end with the guards showing up, assuming this is a revolution.
Yeah.
Or just an excuse to beat some peasants.
Too.
I mean, they didn't need one, but
Yeah.
Yeah, wearing
It's
riot
nice.
armor, riding horses. You all need to break this protest up. Who gives a shit about Palestine? Somebody
Yeah,
throws
so-
a rock. You don't even know if it was anyone in the crowd, and you tear gas and
It was
Yeah.
a rock from God.
the next day there's like 800 dead dogs, completely unrelated.
Jesus
No,
Christ.
when did you get into town? So,
Yeah. Anyway, what do you think is reasonable? Like a few hundred gold spent across the entire endeavor.
yeah, I can see that happening. Like maybe 50 gold per per temple, and you probably got like 4 or 5 that you'd be able to spend. That 1, 2, 3, 4.
What is called 500 gold even.
You want to? I mean, if you'd like to do that, yeah, you can. A lot of the temples will 100% accept that, and most of them probably wouldn't even sniff at, okay, we got to house some people for a while. Some might be a bit of an
Yeah, I mean-
asshole about it, like the Zarians, they probably would be, but
I mean, 50 gold a temple for 5 temples, 250.
yeah.
Cover the
250.
rest in. Would that?
Inn stays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how much? 250, 500, something in the middle. I can spend. I have enough money to spend a decent amount. I just want to know how much.
I'd probably
You
say
recommend.
like, throwing like half silver, or it's not half silver, half a gold for an inn stay. I'm gonna say like 350 because that pays for like 200 rooms or more, considering you're probably gonna be paying for some poor just because, well, availability.
You say paying for some pour? Are you
A
referring to
poor
these people as
quality
pours?
inn stay barrel.
Okay. Okay. I didn't know we were calling poor
Fair.
people pours.
Okay.
Was
Yeah,
it not
so-
you who was making fun of Phoenix for being the pores?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and after that, I imagine that's
You win $10, Joel.
For what? What did I do?
His internet crapped.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, yeah. Didn't take that long.
No.
Um,
Nice.
yeah, I imagine that's going to take most of the day, if not all of the
A
day.
lot. You're going to be facing a lot of not adversity but reluctance from certain people, whether it's distrust of you. There are a shocking amount of people who are like, I was born here, I live here, I will die here. Like, especially like older folks, which is just utterly bizarre, but they exist.
Yeah.
Ones to stay in their house when a hurricane is coming and somehow not drown in their house when it goes up over 2 stories.
Yeah. Well, I feel like at some point it's it's their problem if they're not going to go.
Yeah, you can't
So-
save people from themselves.
Yeah, this is more about mitigation than prevention.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
It's gonna be pretty emotionally draining too, by the way. Just yeah, you're gonna
Yeah,
feel real great
there's
when you
not
get
much.
back to Banner Home.
There's not much left there anyway.
All right. Daxius, I figure the first place you're gonna check is obviously her family's bookshop, The Winding Way.
Yeah.
You're definitely going to be definitely a good place to start, considering as you go around there, you do notice that the building is like it's unlocked. It does not appear to be like quote unquote an operation, but you can see inside and see that people have been here since you were last here, maybe a couple days ago.
I guess I just walk in.
You find it a little bit dusty inside. Without the lanterns that are on the wall
Ooh,
being
I
lit,
didn't
it
do
is
that.
dim in here, to say the least. A lot of the books have a certain smell that wafts off of them. The smell of, acidic paper yellowing, and it has a sort of atmosphere to it that is unsettling, yet at the same time kind of cozy. You see that there are lights in the back of the building, however, like as in through the doorway that leads to the residence or apartment portion of the building.
I'll creep closer just and try and like before entering, try and see if I hear anything like rustling or like if it sounds like a girl like sobbing or something, or if it sounds like someone looting.
Yeah. You don't hear anything here on the first floor, but you do hear sounds up above, like things being moved, something being dragged across the floor, inexpertly, where it's that grind.
Nothing from the other room? On the
No, it
first floor?
sounds like it's coming from upstairs. There is a candle that is lit in this little hallway that twists around. There is a doorway, actually two, one near to you that seems to lead into a storage room, and then the next one down goes into like almost like a mud room that leads out behind the building.
Okay, I'll check the candlelight first, but as I go through, the thought process is more or less, if she is here, which it sounds like if she is here, she's probably not alone. She probably doesn't want to like she's probably dealt with enough like dream shit, fake bullshit, yada yada. So I'm gonna just be real around her, and I'm gonna drop the human form and just go as like normal Kitsune,
Mhm. Okay.
in case I do find it.
Mhm. Give me a stealth check.
Yes, sir.
Alright.
Easy.
You're able to work your way around the hallway and up the rickety steps to go up to the second floor. You hear that there is movement in an adjacent, like, large room off of the landing, and see that it leads into probably a master bedroom or something similar. And you do see Abigail is not paying attention. Like, she is 100% moving shit around and throwing things into boxes and things like that. She's not looking at the door. You can kind of hear like some muttering, and you see a nice long dirk hanging off of her belt. She is dressed like in masculine clothing, not entirely uncommon in this era.
I have a good idea what you're thinking, and I'm gonna tell you now it's not a good idea. You won't last 3 days.
She obviously almost jumps out of her skin as she turns around and like yanks at the dirk. It eventually gets it free, but it's rather like this person is obviously not combat trained. And she kind of looks at you and says, "Who the fuck are you?"
I'm not a knives expert, but even I can tell that your form is poor. I'll just... You call me Inara.
Right.
Show me your stance.
And if you're looking to buy something, I can sort of ring you up, but I'm not going to be here that
I'm
much
not
longer.
looking to buy anything.
Well, if you're looking to take something, it's yours.
Show me your fighting stance.
She does square up in a way that makes you think of somebody who probably watched some fights, like street fights, in the past. The knife being dropped to be held the other way along the length of her arm.
I was gonna ask. As soon as I see that, I just... No. No. Don't do that. It just shows you're an amateur.
Depending on how it's wielded.
Depending. Look, and I'll take like a minute and a half, maybe. Like, I'm no knives expert or like melee weapon expert, but I can use one fairly competently. So I'll like kick her feet apart, make sure like give her a good stance, like be like, hey, your grip's pretty shit. If someone hits you too hard, it's gonna fall out of your hand.
Yep. It's right into that shoulder width. And your knees a little bit. Things like that. He is absolutely, like, for a while, like, as this happens, like, this is gonna take, like, at least 5 minutes. She is, like, utterly, like, flabbergasted by this, because you are just some fucking nobody who wandered into her house.
Yeah.
In a kind of dangerous situation, at least for the neighborhood.
And as I step back, so I assume you're at least somewhat familiar with Bridgefront, but I doubt enough to really survive on your own. I'm privy to the shit that's going on, and I can tell you right now, if you try and stake it out on your own, it's not going to work. I'm with the Valier Society, actually.
You probably should have led with that.
I wanted to see how you... Well, more caught up with your stance. It reflected a little better. Especially for someone who grew up in Bridgefront.
Well, I've been at least somewhat privileged, considering that we have a house that isn't falling in on itself. That is functionally luxury here.
I'm surprised you haven't been looted before.
People that deal with esoterica generally have a reputation of screw them over and then suddenly you'll wake up with vegetables for hands.
If they believe that kind of thing.
Oh, people around here believe that kind of thing.
Regardless of small talk. I don't think you'll be safe out here. So, until this more or less blows over, maybe for a week, we have a few rooms the Valier Society could use.
Okay. You're able to see like what's on like the bed, which very obviously was most likely her father's, or is like packing like clothes. Like it's very obvious that she was going to be leaving.
And just stare at it for a minute.
I guess it's better than pissing away money on a kind of shitty tavern around here.
Yeah, drinks will be on me. And food. Might need that too.
Okay. Thanks, I think.
Just wave my hand. Trust me, I could. You would have died or lost everything. You tried whatever you were going to try. Were you planning on leaving the city with all that? A lot.
At least getting to the other side of the island, if not going to South Shore, one of the villages beyond.
And you post up like a peasant girl around up north. And probably we shoot back down to Bridgefront at some point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could probably do that. My parents sort of kind of did that before I was born. As long as you have the right accent and sound real fucking stupid when you actually say things, nobody questions anything. Even in this neighborhood. Especially in this neighborhood.
Just smile. I like you. You got a good head on your shoulders.
I like to keep it there.
Tell you what. At night, around, let's say, 11, maybe 10:30, my schedule kind of ebbs and flows as a Valier member. And get someone to do a little bit of combat practice with you. So that after this blows over and you're on your own again, you can at least defend yourself.
3 days ago, I probably would have told you to go screw yourself, but yeah, I'll definitely take that.
Well, and what are we waiting for?
Okay. It's gonna take her a little bit of time in order to actually get like functionally packed with normal things.
Right.
And all that kind
No,
of
I'll
stuff.
give her space. I'll step outside and just let her do her thing.
And about maybe half an hour at most later, she comes out, trailing a couple of bags, blocks everything behind her. She definitely has that look of, I've lived on the frontier and my husband died, so now I'm the one that has to carry the rifle.
And I'll just nod and wordlessly just start walking towards the Valley of Checkhouse.
Alright. So I believe that leaves most of you going back to the society for one thing or another, whether that's more immediately or whether that's a little bit later. Vic, you're probably going to be out canvassing, collecting up the detritus of the neighborhood for a while.
Most likely.
And I guess probably by that point, Daxius, as you're leaving, you actually do see, like, well, maybe by this point, maybe you're coming back after having done the circuit of, like, I'm paying for people, they're going to be coming over, you're going to put them up. Here's gold, shut up.
Pretty much, yeah.
So you pass Daxius going the other way with Abigail in tow, looking like she's moving house.
I'll say this is like probably when we're nearing the main road. So like, when I do see Vic, I'll just turn to Abigail and just like, want to see a cool trick?
She just kind of looks over and says, yeah, I'd like to see that.
I'm just gonna step into the shadows of the alley for a second, and I'm a human now.
She's like, okay, so you're actually like magical and not just full of shit. Or a weirdo in a mask.
Well, mostly full of shit. Come on, I got a pit stop to make. It's one of my friends over there. I think you've met him before. And I think you might have met me before.
Yeah.
If you could figure out who, I'll give you a cookie.
Probably after Dad died. That
Yeah.
one, though, she points towards Vic. Yeah, you don't forget a face like that too quickly.
Oh, yeah. As I beeline towards him.
I'm not gonna say too many words, just pass along a compliment. Pick whatever you want.
As I approach, compliments are not his strong suit. Hello, Vic. You
You don't
look.
stink as much as you usually do.
Hello, hey Vic. Your eyes are rather vibrant. No, you're not covered in blood today. How are you holding up?
You look so beautiful when you're not covered in blood.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I've been a bit busy the last few hours. What's going on? Is there something happening?
Found a friend.
He's kind of like nods and acknowledges her.
Saw you.
Is she leaving town as well?
Second.
She's leaving town as well then.
She's going to be staying at our house for a bit. Once this all blows over, she'll be wherever she wants to go.
All right. I suppose they probably have some room up there.
I stopped by just because I don't ever really see you in Bridgefront without a reason.
Or like, perhaps you had left already. I thought I'd mentioned it. Most of the people have been trying to get sanctuary at Ben Carrington's. Obviously, that's no longer an issue, so been trying to find other accommodations for some of the less fortunate of the area.
I don't mean to say I told you so, but I did say that bringing Abigail to quarters to Madame Carrington's was a bad idea.
I mean, it's not that there was a whole lot of other options. And I think she decided to go on her own, if I remember correctly.
More or less. I mean,
Most
she
of
is
the
her
people
own
in the
person.
Madame Carrington was the best option for all the, most people, up until last night. I don't know that there was a...
Well, it's I think what you're doing is good, and I agree with it. And I've actually been well, I haven't been doing it, but I've taken to Tari, whether she's actually done it or not, that remains to be seen. I've set her up with the goal of sort of staking out how far this barrier reaches to. I only tasked her with that yesterday, so I'm hoping to check up with her tonight after she's done her thing again, and get a good idea on both how far this is reaching and how fast this is spreading. And hopefully that might be able to help And even perhaps if things are spreading fast enough, closer to the date, we could have we could proposition the guard, perhaps having an evacuation of a certain area for a day.
I mean, I don't know that it would really help. From who I've been talking to, the people who can leave are leaving already. At least for the next few days, where we get this resolved. But the people who aren't going to leave, well, they're not going to leave. I've talked to a pretty decent amount of people, and there's a strange handful that seem to have chosen this as their hill to die on, both literally and figuratively.
I don't know why it's a running shithole. I'm stubborn.
We all make choices, I suppose. It's home to some people.
Regardless, I do think getting people out of the area is what I want to do as well. As you've probably experienced, it's not exactly... People won't exactly listen to you. You're just some person.
I think I've had more luck than I might normally have, given the situation. It seems that most people have recognized the danger of being in the area. So,
Well, also
can't
given
give
the
them
fact
permanent
that
shelter.
looking at you, as you telling me to pack up and move out, it's either I stay and stand my ground against you, or in my head, you might just kill me. Just by looking at you and not knowing you.
Been trying not to phrase it like that, but he looks kind of concerned for a second. Like, have I been like robbing people by accident?
You might have been.
In
Well,
any case,
Thought,
do you need
thought
any
the
assistance? I can send some of my followers over.
Well, not a bad idea, actually. I think I'd rather not. Well, I've already set up most of the lodging aspects, but spreading some of the word and maybe helping people pack if necessary.
More hands the better. Well, I'll leave it to your business. I assume everyone else is meeting up at Banner Home later.
Yes, I don't know how long I'll be around here, but I don't imagine I'll be having an early night. Well, good luck with whatever you have on your table for the day.
I'm gonna need it.
If you do find some volunteers, just send them down to the Library of Thought, and I'll meet up with them in a bit.
Of course. Just looked out, yeah. Let's roll.
All right.
All right. You guys go the other opposite. You guys go in opposite directions, and well, I think you're going to be busy the most of the rest of the day. And Daxius, you lead Abigail to Banner Home, where maybe Fernix, you've probably been there for maybe like 20 minutes so far. You're about most of the way through your, well, not most, but half of your way through your meditations.
Cool.
So, what does the rest of the day look like for at least the two of you? Because I know the one is going to be, I'm researching a book. So,
I mean, that's a pretty important thing to be doing right now.
it is indeed.
I'm going to shake things up by writing a scroll and researching a book.
Ooh.
Alright.
I am going to bring Abigail to just a free room and ignore the dirty look the bartender gives me when I tell them that I'm taking out another room.
Well, thankfully, the one that you voluntold downstairs is no longer there, so
Okay, that
we're back
works.
down to 0 for a little while.
For a day.
For like a day, yeah.
Yeah.
And you just like camera pans and Lugo's sitting at the other end of the bar, and then it just pans back without a single fucking word. Jesus
I-
Christ.
I'll set down like some some money for like a gold, I guess, for like food, and I'll turn to her and be like, I know you're younger, but like given the occasion, you want some alcohol? Not a lot. You get one drink.
Remember in this era,
Oh right.
yeah. Hell, it was, the drinking age wasn't raised to like 21 in the United States until like 1981.
Well, I don't actually know what it was before. I thought it
18.
was like
Mhm.
18. Okay, so
Legally,
yeah, she's
technically,
still.
it still is, but that's a story.
So in this world, is it 18?
In this world, it's how old are you? Great, here's a drink.
Fair enough. You want a drink?
Well, I mean, the drink of choice for most people in this era was bare minimum a thin beer because it kept you from being sick.
I'm talking like a drink.
Yeah, hard liquor,
Everclear.
aqua vitae.
I had Mountain Dew and Everclear. It's the perfect, perfect drug to drink it.
Hey, at least that's what Mountain Dew is made for.
You won't be able to see tomorrow, but
Who wants to?
You can just
Of
drink
course,
paint
stomach.
thinner and get the same thing.
All my
tastes
homies
better.
love paint thinner.
All my homies love paint thinner. That's Christ.
That's funny as fuck.
That's a title of a book.
There's
He's not gonna acknowledge it. Yeah, you're able to get her a drink. That is not looked at as odd. In fact, in this era, she's even at 16, she's likely old enough to inherit like what her family left.
Fair enough. If culturally she's old enough, then I'll get her a fucking bottle if she wants. Actually, doesn't give a shit at
Doesn't
that
seem
point.
overly interested in that kind of a thing, but there's definitely a level of I need something for a little while at least.
Hey, you're gonna be sitting in a room for like 5 days, maybe.
She basically looks to you and says, "Wait, am I a prisoner now?"
And no, I mean it's not locked. If you want to leave and reject my offer, you can.
I mean, there's a city out there that I can walk through. I'm assuming that, the lunatic in the dreams isn't going to be walking out here, especially
This
in
point,
day.
at this point, I'd just be careful.
I think I'll take my chances in the nice part of the city.
Alright. I have business to attend to.
All right.
Keep yourself safe. Let's see you tonight for some training.
All right. So, you and Fernix, what is your plan for the rest of the day?
Just beeline over to Fernix. It's not the nice book you got there.
Thank you.
You want to have a reading buddy session? I need to research a book as well.
I don't mind company, no.
Isn't Sven supposed to be reading too? See.
Yes. I think everyone's going to be nose deep in a book today. Or at least a lot of us.
Seems that way. Yeah, I will put down the book on planar travel in the dream world. I picked that up, I think, just from a library somewhere, but it still feels like a good read. Oh, and I'll put that on the table before remembering. Oh shit! Have you seen my followers around, Fernix? I nearly forgot something.
I don't believe I have. unless I have.
Thankfully, the ones that are here usually don't make like a scene of themselves, so is actually theoretically possible to miss them.
Is Natari out? If she's not, I'm gonna be mad.
She is not here. Who are the two people that are here? It's Othis and Briona.
Yeah, those two are great actually. I'll send them over to Vic.
Who gets? Excuse me. Sorry.
Sorry, I'll tell them. I'll tell them to go down to the Library of Thought
Mm-hmm.
to find Vic'Talion,
Mm-hmm.
and just to do whatever he says.
All right. The two of them look to you, look to each other, and just kind of give like a shrug. Then rise to their boots and start making their way out. Definitely not at a hustle.
Okay. And then I'll sit down and read with friends, and maybe Sven if he's over.
All right.
Hey, why are you in my room again? Why does this keep happening?
Dude, it's a nice chill hangout spot, dude. You got cool ass decorations. You got a nice view of the sea, of the river.
We were bored just reading by ourselves. Yes.
How do you even get in here? I locked the door. Sven looks over. It's still locked. Worried.
You have a window.
All right. So,
It,
Vic,
the challenge climbing in.
Vic, his two followers do like randomly show up, like maybe a solid half hour after you left, where you saw Daxius last, and they're helpful, somewhat. I mean, they're hands basically. I guess the rest of you, it's just gonna be killing time, so. Let me know when everybody wants to step away from their task du jour.
Wow.
I'm happy skipping time.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, do I get some idea how much, before 8 whole hours passes, progress that I've made on doing spell research? Because 30 minutes of that, 40 is still, meditation for me.
Okay. It should be all of it, right? Unless is there a check you have to pass in order to do research on that?
Yeah, it's normally like a week, so I'm trying to crunch it into like a quarter of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So as a result, I have a few things I'm gonna need to hit the rest button first to do. And it did. Okay. Just gotta get rid of that one thing there. Alright. So, I'm gonna use some forbidden tech here and try to cook this as much as possible. So, if we've got anything that's hard to read, I've got comprehend languages and skim.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also going to use Page-Bound Epiphany at the end of this, and I believe that's target as a book. So I shake up Page-Bound Epiphany into a potion, and then I take out a completely blank book and I pour it on the page, and it just starts to fill up with all kinds of diagrams and different letters and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna go ahead and do. Actually, I think. Yeah. Okay, Amplify Elixir wouldn't work for that, so that's fine. I only need the one anyway.
Okay.
So we'll give it that, which I can then study to get a +1 circumstance bonus for each round.
All right.
I will guidance myself,
Okay.
which is a competence, not circumstance. Long C word got me going for a second. I'm like, wait a second. That okay. And I think that's it. And also, I guess inspiration's not going to add directly to it, but that's my catch-all. So, I don't know the DC off the top of my head, is the one thing, but I'll go ahead and make the roll, and we'll see if I'm using that inspiration or not. Maybe not.
You probably down Nico now.
Okay.
It increases by, I think, it's like either 10 or 15 for crafting stuff to reduce the time to 1/4.
Yeah. I'm thinking it might be like 10, and then there's not too much that's fancy about this spell, and I'll say at some point I had to run out and get 1,000 gold worth of components.
Yep.
So,
DC plus 10 is 1/4.
right. So then do I need to go to any like particular environment? I guess maybe not.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
As long
So-
as you're in a safe, place, and you are in a location where you have access to a sizable and versatile library, so I don't think you should have any problems.
Yep. And that does in fact seem to work like I think it did. Dope. Well, I'm gonna see if I can put this new thing into my brain. Guess drinks are on me, I guess. And I'll order us up around if they do room service. If not, I'll just, I guess, get Edgeworth to carry them.
Yeah, probably not, but you can get Edgeworth to carry them.
He's the real pet. He's
yeah.
just being told to do every single task that I'm like, it'd be inconvenient. What do you want? Anything. Even the pricey wine.
The two of them just ignore you, reading their own books. Sven gives you the
Oh,
side
I thought
eye,
he was talking. I thought he was talking to Etor.
So did I.
No. You're the only ones in the room. I a little bit
No,
disheartened
Etor's
that
here. He flies in through the window.
you're turning down my free drinks. Like
Shit, free drinks?
We've-
I'll take that.
I'm trying to celebrate, and
Sorry,
Hey,
Ferenc, I
anytime's a good
didn't.
time to celebrate.
well,
I
now
didn't
I'm
see
being.
you there. I was thinking of no, but I don't know. I'll
It's
take a
okay
free
now.
drink.
Now I'm being overly sensitive. I just wanted to get started on the meditation damage.
No,
And-
no. You're being schizophrenic.
Oh, good.
We're
Yeah.
not real. See,
What? Just a blank room around him.
you blink.
you-
We're not there anymore.
You offer them drinks, and then they just kind of like look at you, give you the side eye, and then just don't even respond. You're 2 feet away from them.
hmm
Shit, what's that movie? I'm thinking of this one movie where, Spy Kids 3,
Yeah, what a masterpiece.
where, who's the villain? Like, what's the actor, the villain?
In 3, wasn't that Sylvester Stallone?
Yeah, where Sylvester Stallone was schizophrenic. Oh, so fucking funny. He has literally like 2 or 3 other personalities that are just like, one's in a scientist vest, one's like in military uniform, and he's just like talking to them, and they actively acknowledge we're not real.
Wow.
There's also a
It's
scene
really-
from
God,
that.
yeah.
There's a scene from that movie where it's one of the racing scenes, and the grandpa's on the bike.
Yeah.
He drives up behind a kid, picks him up off of his bike, and then drives off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally kidnaps a small child and just doesn't. The kid doesn't appear again.
Nope.
Oh,
Okay, what the fuck?
Such a
Yeah.
fucking good movie.
I don't remember that scene, but I remember the one you mentioned, Barry. Like, you unlocked, like, a weirdly, like, core memory for me. What the fuck?
Why am I asking you? You're me. And the third
I don't
one was
remember
like
any
a
of that.
hippie.
I do remember Elijah Wood turning into just exploding.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, he's in that for like 30 seconds. It's great.
Yeah, he's
I
the
don't
guy.
think it even is 30 seconds.
Might not even be that now.
Yeah, he's the guy. He walks into the room and explodes. That's what he does.
Awesome.
You're not that guy.
Alright. Well,
I sent the video of it.
you are able to have the drinks delivered up, no problem.
I thank them, and however much it is, I will mark on.
Most of the basic stuff is pretty cheap. I think, like, you're going for pricey wine. Is that 2 gold a glass? I think.
I don't drink by the glass, I drink by the bottle.
I don't drink by the bottle, I drink by the barrel.
Shit, I don't stand a chance against you. You're built different.
Anyone want to try and top that? That's what I thought.
Right.
Drinks by the brewery.
Damn. I drink it by the vineyard.
Oh, how much is the bottle anyway? I assume that's enough to 3 people and a couple glasses. Yeah, but you're writing
It's,
it. Oh my gosh.
A bottle of fine wine is 10 gold.
All right. I'll buy. You know what? I'll just save us the trouble and get 2 bottles.
Alright.
There we go. That's not relapse behavior at all.
Sorry, Lance sent the video of the fucking Spy Kids thing, and yeah, he just straight up abducts a kid.
Oh gosh.
Awesome. Alright. So. I think the 8-hour mark for at least the 2 of you, whether it's one person doing research or the other person technically also doing research. So you're only able to do 8 hours of that in a single day. You reach that limit around about 6 o'clock in the evening. Vic, I think this is about the point when you have exhausted the amount of people that you can terrorize into leaving. And you and his 2 followers begin to make your way back.
I'll give him a couple gold pieces to maybe help the night pass a little faster.
Mm-hmm. Alright. You get back and it's, well, despite the excitement of the morning, it has turned into a rather quiet day. So, what does anybody do this evening before going to sleep for reals?
Said it's 6 o'clock?
That's 6 p.m., yes.
I guess I'll bother Cyrus and see if he'll meditate again.
Okay. He is definitely available. You find him reading over something in the library. What do you suggest, like, going out someplace in order to do that?
Yeah, there's actually a place I've wanted to visit for a while. I don't know if it's publicly available, or there's probably more traffic there than just out in the woods, but despite my time being here for a year and a half beforehand and a week I've been here now, I've always wanted to visit those other ruins on the outskirts.
Oh, well, I guess the college has grown a little bit of interest in that lately. Most of the locals still don't go there, but especially this time of night, there shouldn't be anyone else there.
Perfect. Not novel.
So, where on that do you go for? Like on that, in that area?
I guess. Cyrus, what do you know of these rooms? Like, are they dangerous inside, or are they already cleared out?
My understanding is the upper layers have been cleared out some time ago. As for beyond that, I do not entirely know. I've been told that there are tunnels which run under the city pretty far, to the point that there are places even the wizards and such do not know where they go.
Interesting. I guess, it looks like there's like a tower of some kind in the southeast portion.
Yep.
I guess I'll climb that and like get to the top point
Okay.
and like look out over the horizon.
You were able to get up maybe about halfway before it becomes much like too treacherous to try and go up beyond that. You could, but it isn't a fact of climbing up some stairs. It is the fact of probably climbing up like ropes and stuff, which strangely enough have been set up. As you enter onto the area, you do see that there are like equipment around that obviously belongs to somebody that's doing some amount of research here. Despite that, going into the tower, it definitely has a feeling of... I'm not entirely sure how to put it. Uneasiness. Like, it gives you that feeling of, like, something's not quite right, but, like, you can't put your finger on it. It's like going into a supposedly very haunted house.
If I can't meditate here, I just sort of plop myself down. Do my best to ignore my gut feeling.
Seems to be mostly when you're in the building.
I can't lie, I am interested in exploring these ruins, but there's really not much of a point. Other things to do, I suppose.
Well, from what I understand, the main building is some kind of, well, I think the, university people have suggested it's some kind of counting house or, court of some kind. I'm not entirely sure. Hard to tell with old elven architecture. Humans seem to make a lot of the same buildings. The function seems to match the form. With elves, especially those who are not alive presently, that didn't seem so much. They like to blend everything into each other so nothing stands out.
Interesting to know. Kind of makes sense. Where I come from, we actually had some elven ruins around, although I didn't see much of them myself. It does seem like a pretty apt description. I wasn't sure if that was universal.
My experience it is, but the most amount of elven ruins I've seen have been near or around Santala. I spend most of my time in Asori, so dealing mostly with Florian and other cultures that live down there in the desert.
Seems like an awful place to be. And we'll chat for like a little while.
Yeah, you get the idea from him that he's like spent a decent amount of his life down there. That his own mentor taught him a lot of his like knowledge down there. He mentions that like when he was first starting out, that his mentor kind of pushed him down a shaft, like in a tomb.
I had mentioned that.
Yeah, and that he had to figure his way out. And he never really forgave his mentor for that, but yeah.
You wouldn't do that to me, would you? It would be kind of funny. Why?
I do not think I would have to push you. Something tells me that you would somehow end up falling down the shaft all by yourself.
Or just out of morbid curiosity.
Or somebody else will do it for me.
Yeah, don't worry. If Gilgamesh was here, he could do that for me.
Said the wrong thing and something tells me that I can see Vic just, push.
Yeah, that too. Wouldn't put him past him. Wouldn't put past most people.
Okay.
Do you think I'm doing well? I mean, it's only my third time.
Better than perhaps some that I've expected, but I don't think there is a path that you walk. Everyone is different.
That's enough then.
Okay. How long are you intending to spend there?
We usually spend like 2 hours, hour and a half if we're running short on time. Usually it's about like 2 hours per session.
Okay.
So yeah. We can get back here around 8 o'clock. More like 9 with the time it takes to get out there.
Possibly, yeah. So. Give me a perception check and know that this will be hearing.
Not horrible.
Okay, let's see. Pretty decent. Do. I think you notice that there's something amiss. Like as you're sitting perhaps out on the grass.
Cyrus?
Yes, I heard it too. He, kind of just opens his eyes and gives a bit of a look around and... Where do I put this? I think he's probably the first to see it with you right after, as something seems to come out of a corner near you.
Oh, if it's like near me, I'm immediately drawing my crossbow at it.
It isn't initially, but it starts coming very quickly. A very familiar shape. Roll for initiative.
Oh no, this is what I fucking think it is. What the fuck? I just what? No. I think I dug my own grave by going to the Elven Ruins, guys.
Maybe.
Oh no. It fucking is! No! No!
Take it eat out way.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, Daxius, you have another character sheet written up, right?
Oh yeah, totally, 100%. Yep. Not even worried about it. Nope, not at all.
Alright, I need to add you to the list. Thank God for that, I guess. Alright. I think that both of you are able to, like, scarper up onto your feet as the thing begins to move towards you. This is gonna aim for both of you.
What do you want from me? I don't have a Mills bomb this time. Go away.
Go ahead and give me a fortitude save.
Oh, my worst one.
Whoa!
Hey, let's go.
Nice.
Okay. Who's gonna suffer that? Before being able to respond, which is to obviously pull his sword and not closing the distance quite yet, but turning and giving a flick of something out of his hands. Okay, did that actually... Wrong one. Okay. You watch as something leaves his hand as it flies across towards the creature. It expands out into a mass of like wrapping like vines actually, and like snatches at the thing's legs, but it manages to just kind of weave through it. He then squares up, ready for its approach. It is going to close the distance on the both of you, going for him, because as you notice, that there are a decent amount of scars that have gone through his face, and he is bleeding down over his clothes. Okay, wow, that's a decent roll. I think that's still... No, that doesn't do it. Alright. As it launches itself at him, the jaws going wide, like, spreading out in, like, several different directions. He manages to bring, like, a small shield, a buckler up, and just sort of bat it away. Which that brings the end of its turn. Movement.
I'm deeply concerned
Wow.
it's not my turn.
You are lucky.
Oh no.
You don't hear it until the last second as something comes up behind you and takes a swipe until you feel the blade go right off of your armor.
Bitch! Who the fuck are you? You weren't invited!
Yeah, you turn around and there's like this half like mad looking woman with a spider sickle just sort of like giving you like a evil I'm going to fucking eat your entrails smile. And she just kind of like gives like a hi there.
Fuck you!
You are up.
Okay. Cyrus, you good?
He kind of gives a yes, it'll be fine, it'll be fine.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to standard action bardic performance, so that Cyrus gets a it's the inspire courage. And how much room is there in here? Probably not a lot.
In like where you are for movement.
Yeah.
If you're in the tower, a decent amount actually. It's sizable. Each floor is pretty sizable.
Okay.
Okay, what?
And I have 2 people in melee with me, yeah?
Yes. What are you granting, Bob? Inspire courage?
Yes.
Okay.
That's not it.
I got it.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
So. Oh, okay. Am I flanked currently?
No.
Okay.
The woman is like directly behind you, whereas the Hound of Tindalos had launched itself at Cyrus coming from the other way. So Cyrus is between you and it, and you are between her and him.
Okay. Um. How far is there like a ledge? I'm just trying to get a mental picture. Is there like a ledge anywhere? Like, is
There
there like
is
a
a
window
there
out?
are more than one like open windows, like sizable enough that you could 100% climb out of.
Is there one near me, or is the girl like that's in melee with me next to one?
Where did you guys choose to set up? I kind of assume like the middle of the room.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'd say the middle.
At most, you're like maybe 15 feet away.
Okay, then never mind then. I don't really have much. A lot of my stuff takes standard action,
Mm-hmm.
so I don't know if I can do anything else. I am I'm grasping at straws right now. I'm not good at one-on-ones. I don't think I can do anything else. Um,
Submit.
I could do that. Could just get on my knees and just say end it. Uh, I
Possible
guess
to beg for your life.
I'm not one to beg.
Well,
I guess I just end my turn. I don't think I can do any. Actually, you know what? No, fuck it. I'm gonna try. I only have the girl in melee range, or both of
Yeah,
them.
only
Oh, just
her
the
in
girl.
immediate melee range.
Okay, I'm going to try and. Yeah, there's nowhere to hide, is there?
No.
Okay, there's no point then. I just end my turn.
All right. He is going to lay into the creature with that rapier that he has pulled. Yeah, I'm not gonna look at its AC because both of those 100% fucking hit.
I hope so.
Which takes a nice 2 large gouges out of its body, like sending a viscous, semi-black blood splattering all over the interior of the uh, tower. However, that does not exactly encourage it to give up its quarry.
Wouldn't be that easy, would it?
Nope. Okay. Why am I getting so many messages right now? From people who are not in this call.
hold on. Let me kill them for you. Give me names.
No.
Yes,
Yeah.
everyone.
Okay. It already did that one, so it's going to try and lay in again on Cyrus. I don't think it can. No, it makes no purchase as it tries to get around not just that shield, but the armor, which you can hear jingling under his clothes. It is now her turn. Oh, wait, that's yours. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and that's a. Give me a will save.
Oh boy. Do I have anything? No. I do not.
Okay. The DC, I believe, was 16.
Damn.
Yes, it is. As she begins to channel energy and inflict it on the both of you, Will would have halved, and so you will take 15 damage, and he will be taking 8.
Yeah, that's not the worst. We're chilling.
Being chilling.
Which goes to you.
Watching job. I'm. This probably isn't going to work because I imagine she probably has a high save. Probably has a high will. But fuck it, we ball. I'm gonna cast Whole Person on this bitch.
Okay.
Little lady. Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Comes back around to the top of the round. To him once again. He's hitting decent at what he does. He is going to probably pretty much do as he did the previous round. Okay. All right. That is a decent amount of damage.
How much damage? That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. Holy fuck, I couldn't dream of doing that much damage.
The swings go into the creature. Well, not even swings. They're more like solid thrusts. And on that second one, you're able to see it go in its chest and out the other side. And drawing back viscera as he pulls it out again.
Easy.
With that, the creature seems to stumble and then vanish.
Damn, Daxius didn't die.
Not this time. I lived to cower another day.
And then it reappears.
No, there's two more.
Okay. I make that a quick action. I think that's simply a standard action, so that's all it is able to do. He is going to lay into you again.
Oh, Daxius is getting laid?
Oh, always.
Okay.
Ooh.
Does a 19 hit your AC?
No.
No? I'm assuming
Did
not.
I have? Oh, yeah, no. Did I have a I have a weapon.
The other one definitely does, because that's an natural 20. However, it does not confirm. So you take 5 damage as she lays into you. Give me a fort save.
Oh. Hey.
Yeah, you manage to pass that. You feel the sear of poison as it runs into your veins, but you're able to... I don't even know how to describe. You just resist poison because it makes absolutely no sense biologically.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I microdosed myself with poison to get high back in my day. We don't talk about that time.
All right, you are up then.
As far as I'm aware, the Hound's dead. So I'm just going to 5-foot step back. Is it a five? If I 5-foot step, is that a
Yeah.
Rope attack? Yeah, I'll do it anyway.
All right.
Give me your best shot, bitch.
Is that all you're doing is taking a 5-foot?
Oh no, I was waiting for her to attack me.
Oh, I mean, it's your turn, so
Well, does she not get a attack of opportunity if I?
not on a 5-foot step.
Oh, okay. That's sorry. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, no, not on a 5-foot step. If you were to just run, like making more than a 5-foot step, then you would.
Okay. Well then, now with 10 feet of movement between us, 10 of distance, sorry. I'm just gonna lay indoor with my crossbow.
All right.
Full attack.
All right.
Nowhere to hide, and I can't get sneak attack, so
Nope.
I'm going to use the alchemical silver bolts. I don't know why it rolled when I selected it, but those are meant to both be alchemical silver.
Okay. The first one does not hit. That goes right into her armor and then just sort of peels off to the side, whereas the second one definitely hits.
Okay. No bonus for the alchemical silver.
No. She
Uh,
appears to be human, as far as you
okay.
can tell.
Didn't hurt to try. That's all I can do.
Alright.
As I'm just muttering shit.
Cyrus turns and instead of closing the distance, kind of gives a bit of an upwards whistle, and from the bandolier that has run across his chest, 2 daggers take flight, pulling out and just going right towards her. I will at least reveal that one to everyone. Those are some nice fucking hits.
Ooh. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's all he can do. You're no longer here. Seeing that the tables have definitely perhaps turned considering the opening salvo, you just see her start backing away and gives and vanishes.
You bitch! Finish what you started!
Okay. Give me a... I'm assuming now combat's functionally over, so give me a perception check.
Alrighty. No. Not against invisibility of any kind.
Can he make that? I don't think so, no. No. Despite being in a rather silent room, you are unable to hear the sound of footsteps receding, assuming that's all she did was turn invisible. You do, now that you are out of combat, see a bit of blood, not from her, but definitely from the Hound. Going towards one of the corners near the stairs that run down the spine of the tower before just vanishing into it.
I'll like follow it and like try and like it said it went into the wall.
Yeah.
I'll like press my hand against the wall and see if it's like a fake wall or something.
No.
I don't think so. Just slam my fist into it. Fuck!
Cyrus sheathes his sword, and obviously the daggers float back and go into the bandolier again. And he just kind of looks around and says, "The fuck was that?"
That was well, I recognize one of those things. It was a little dog fucking creature that attacked us when we were in the arena. I don't know if he told you about that.
Little things as big as a pony.
Yeah, I still call it that.
Yes, I think I recognize that thing from books. Who's the bitch?
Fuck if I know. I'd like to know too. She seemed a little smarter than the dog.
He just kind of turns around and like kind of looks out the window, the coming darkness, and heaves a sigh and says, "I think I'm probably not going to be meditating anything more today."
No, we should probably go. That was targeted.
I would think so. At least I would assume. He looks to the mass of vines that he pitched out in the opening salvo that didn't work and says, "That is something I can teach you to do. Usually
take
it wraps
anything at
around
this
the
point.
person and holds them tight so they can't do anything or go anywhere."
I think Sven is it. No, not quite.
Hey,
the same
what was
spell, but
that?
Similar spell.
Spin perks up.
He's been off hunting in the woods. He just happens to be nearby.
He just randomly sneezes. Among
At
other
this
things.
point, I'll take anything. I mean, you did pretty much everything in that fight. Well, when I tried to restrain her, she was far too powerful for me.
Yeah, like looks to a lot of the blood that's like running down from the random the scratches and like gouges that went down over like his face and upper body don't look like, you know, like something like swiped. It just seems like random, like somebody came up with a knife and just did this a shitload of times. He kind of like touches that and says, "I think I took most of it too."
I'll just let out a sigh, and I'll approach him, and I'll give him the cure light wounds.
I think he probably sees that coming and is like, "You really don't have to do this."
I don't care. I say as I cast it.
Well, it definitely gets some of these cuts to heal up. He kind of looks to his clothes and like, "Well, at least I can get somebody to clean this up later." The one good thing about magic, I suppose.
Oh, I think. Sorry, I'm reading a spell really quickly. I think, actually, after reading a book, I haven't tried this one yet, but I think I can do this, and I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation.
I think the one skill book should have granted that to you, correct?
Yeah, it was the instruction manual.
Hmm. Which, Ernix, you would also have, assuming you haven't already added it to your character sheet.
Okay.
Because I think you were also read the book with him.
Mm-hmm.
I was just trying to figure out how get it to add stuff that I don't normally have.
You should be able to just click and drag from the compendium. But yeah, I'll try and like
Does work.
yeah, I'll just try and like clean the clothing, just like do like a quick like. I don't know how much it'll actually clean.
Prestidigitation should clean most of it up. Kind of the way that it looks is that like you cast it, and it seems like the blood almost like proceeds into a point and then just kind of vanishes.
It should be at least presentable to go into town now.
It's a cubic foot per round.
Yeah,
Sorry?
I think that should be fine. I don't think a human's figure would be that big.
Fair.
Lasts an hour, apparently.
Yep.
Spell.
Oh, so,
At least
So
we
it'll
don't
only
have
be
as many
clean for an hour?
questions as we go into town.
No.
yeah.
Anyway,
Well,
say
that's
again?
Clean
harassing
permanently.
people. Okay.
Alright, say again?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just questioning if we only clean it for an hour, but
No,
man,
that should be fine.
clarified.
After that, he throws his hand on like the handle of that rapier, kind of goes towards the stairs in order to descend, but kind of moves like spinning like every couple of steps just to see if anything appears out of the shadows and the coming gloom inside this tower.
I'll do the same. I'll keep my head on a swivel as we go down.
Thankfully, as you go down the stairs, nothing makes a sudden reappearance.
I guess we'll head back.
Yep. As you leave, the tower still feels kind of has the same feeling of foreboding, or just creepiness, I suppose. Yep. After that, you're able to get back into town and move your way to Bannerhelm after a rather eventful meditation session.
Where is everyone right now? Is everyone back at Bannerhelm?
You should be at least in the building.
Yeah. I was gonna try to get that scroll scribed.
Mm-hmm. Does that require a check as well, or is that just something you're able to do?
I can just do it.
Okay.
The only slightly fancy thing that I'm doing is I'm going to channel the gift on myself to keep that communal align weapon. So I boot myself with magic evocation, no type, and then that fuels the casting of align weapon.
All right.
That I pour into the scroll.
All right. Anything else from anybody?
Book.
Well, no, by now you would have finished with that.
Other book.
What other one?
The one I'm writing.
Ah.
All right. Vic, what do you do? Like, you're probably getting home, well, back to Bannerhelm, probably about the time that Cyrus and Daxius are going the other way.
Probably not a whole lot. After finishing up in Bridgefront, he probably would have stopped by the Temple of Sojourn again, just to make sure, Melia's still in one piece or close enough.
Yeah, you get back and she definitely seems to be somewhat better, more comfortable, at bare minimum. Obviously is still laid up. You think it's probably gonna be a while for her to heal up from what she suffered during the night. Wounds like these are kind of unique in a way. Like, you can heal a body pretty easily. How exactly do you heal a spirit or a mind? She at least, is able to talk. Maybe she probably spends a decent amount of time, like, talking. She does seem coherent and whatnot about what all happened. Her story about Caligaro coming into the Dream Sanctuary is pretty creepy. Just watching his shadows grow long, almost seeming to watch him walk through walls that even in the dream world you shouldn't be able to do. Fighting with Carrington, who in the dream world is fully functional, she has control of her own body, and the large floating elephant-like creature that is the Baku, putting up what fight it can. She does describe watching that thing get absolutely mutilated. Not by Caligaro, but by the hag, Sally. And a little cabal of, they look like maybe 8-year-old little girls, but they're the kind of 8-year-old little girls that stand at the end of hallways and go, "Come play with us, Danny. Come play with us. Forever and ever and ever." And they all look the same. Exactly the same.
Sounds like a lot of fun, just in general.
It started off kind of fun, and then, well, it became a whole lot of not fun.
Well,
I don't know what those little bastards were, but they came from the deepest pit of hell.
once we finish up with the ritual, hopefully we can send them back on their way.
That would be absolutely delightful to hear about, especially if you drag it out a little bit, just for the fuck of it.
Probably not for the children, but
Oh, don't be tricked. They look like children, but I guarantee you they are not children.
no, I would just prefer not to have to. Well,
Okay, she doesn't.
reminiscing on similar situations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
In any case, it seems that you're doing all right. Enough. Anyway.
Sounds like there's a party going out in the temple. Really late for a party, though. Maybe
Well,
too early.
not a party, but a gathering of people. Spent a few hours trying to get some of the less fortunate people out of Bridgefront. I don't know how much good it'll do, but I figure keeping them out of the dream zone is a better plan than nothing.
It'll be at least something, and that's really what matters. Whether or not it has an effect long term, I'm not entirely certain if we'll ever know.
Hopefully it's enough to prevent something on the scale of last night happening again. At least before we can finish the ritual and get inside ourselves.
I think they killed a good 25 or 30 people in there. They really weren't aiming for the people who were protected, though. Let most of them scatter. They were there for Carrington.
Yes.
Everyone
And,
else was just in their way.
I figured as much. She's alive, by the way, though. In worse shape than you were. So,
Oh shit. You didn't, Right, because you weren't in the dream. Scrabblebones took her. Her body
That's-
might still be here, but there ain't nothing in there. Not at present, at least. She's trapped in the dream world.
yes, we had come to a similar conclusion. We've got her and her assistant moved over to Bannerholm just to keep her away from the fighting. But we'll need to be taking the witch out directly to get any sort of help there.
Well, if I can't be there for that, good luck. Maybe cut her hand off and bring it back. Make a trophy out of that. Never killed a hag before.
Wonder how corporeal it'll be, taking him out of the dream realm. Suppose we'll find out.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
If I can bring something through, I'll get a souvenir for you.
Good. Well, there's nothing left to do but wait and hope. Wait and hope and be pissed off.
Yes. Well. Do you need anything I can do while I'm here? Or are you?
She kind of gives like a.
Alright. Probably be in the area again tomorrow. But, well, if anything happens, you know where to find us.
Thinking for a few days, you're gonna know where to find me.
Fair enough. Well, get some rest. I'll talk to you when I do.
I'm gonna say one thing and you never heard me say it. I'm too old for this shit.
Right, well, I'd like to say that I disagree, but I know you're not going to listen to that particular piece of advice.
She kind of gives like a bit of a scoff, because, well, you're gonna hit 200. She won't. Half-elves live about double the lifespan of humans. Alright.
If anything, you should be feeling bad for me, given that I have to put up with it for significantly longer.
Life is as good or bad as you make it.
Just kind of joking with her. Well, see you tomorrow. Just
Good
kinda
night,
heads out.
Vic. Alright. So maybe you actually don't get back until a little later, because she's gonna not talk your ear off, but she's gonna bitch. Like, she's gonna bitch. Like, that's commiserate. Like, that's, I guess that's a little more accurate, commiserate. So maybe you don't get back until, say, maybe closer to 7, possibly even 8.
Not any particular rush.
Alright. You have a little time to yourself. I think the other 3 are upstairs doing writing stuff. And reading stuff. But eventually...
Exciting stuff.
And sewing? Sorry, what?
Exciting stuff.
Yeah, for some people. But eventually, Daxius, you and Cyrus are able to return back to Bannerholm, and there is some conversation regarding like what just happened, and not really. Cyrus really doesn't know what to make of it, other than the fact that it felt like a hit. You're muted.
I got that same feeling, and we talk about like I'm not sure if it was like an attack Like, because we are in the Elven Ruins, or they were just waiting for a good opportunity?
What I know of the hounds, they know how to find people when they want to find them. They know how to find things when they want to find them too. The woman, though, she had a sickle that looked like a spider leg.
I have to ask Fruits about that. Magical post, I
I
guess.
sort of remember seeing them in the house, Caligaro's mansion.
Really?
The clothes that she wore reminded me of those clothes too, just without the robes. I think someone is a little bit angry with you.
A little bit.
Short
It was
man
called the
with
Cold.
no hair.
It's called the Cult of the Spider, if you don't remember.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just write this down.
I wonder what they're looking for. Or if it's just revenge.
Possibly revenge. I don't know what.
The book.
Well, I don't have the book.
Of course it comes up. You don't need to have it, I'm assuming. Kill enough people, whittle them down, eventually you'll get to the one person who has it.
Either way, if you weren't there, I think I would have died.
It is a possibility. Although, I haven't exactly had a creature reach into my brain and start scratching from the inside out before. That is a new one.
I'm sorry, what?
The hound, it has ability to screw you over with its eyes.
You just fucking mauled me when it attacked me in the arena. What the fuck?
I do not know.
Alright. No, I'll keep that in mind. So at this point, I scan around the room and I see Vic somewhere.
Yeah. Probably alone. Well, except for your followers, they're back too.
And I assume, yeah, okay. Well, this has been exhilarating, but, I don't know, I've taken up enough of your time.
I'm going to go sit in the garden for a while. Oh,
I'm gonna have a drink. I'll split and go to, Vic.
Okay. You were able to
Which-
get what drink or what liquor? I'm assuming it's liquor that you're
Yeah.
gonna get as you want.
Just, house's choice. Just give me something. I don't care. Just bartender. I don't give a fuck. You know what I like at this point.
He ends up choosing something that's probably a little different from what you've ordered, that being a bottle of clear liquid that comes out of a blue bottle. Gin.
Fuck it. I'll try anything once. And I'll take it and head over to land, I think. Which, as I approach you, Vic, I've got like it looks like I've wiped it and tried to hide it, but since then there's like a slow trickle of blood coming down from the side of my head. Sit down.
You need some help with that.
I'll see Phoenix later. Whenever he's around.
There. I've got some
How'd it go?
magic left. I'll just kind of pat you on the shoulder.
Okay, good. Feel better already. Oh. I need it.
Anything else, just let me know.
Yeah, so I was attacked by one of those hounds. You know, the ones from the arena.
Oh. Yes, I know what you're talking about. They
And
seem
also,
to like you, don't they?
I don't like them at all. I don't know what the fascination is with me.
So,
I think,
what happened?
I'll recount the whole story here. And that bitch really fucking confused me. Like, apparently Cyrus remember seeing her, but I don't remember her at all.
I mean, it sounds like some of the, if I'm remembering correctly anyway, some of the cultists carried similar weapons. I think the woman had some. Sorry, trying to remember names. It's more me forgetting names than like. There's that one woman, Mira. I think she had a similar weapon down when we were underneath the mansion.
The woman we tried talking to?
Yes, she would gather everyone into the chamber with the leng spider statue.
Right.
Anyway,
It didn't look like her though.
no, I wouldn't think that it was her, but the weapons were down there. Some of them had similar items.
In any case,
yes.
it seemed to me like they've been itching at the opportunity to attack me. Or someone. It might be good to keep an eye out.
I mean, they had plenty of opportunities for me earlier today. Kind of surprised I didn't have a similar encounter.
In the middle of the city?
In the middle of Bridgefront.
So,
I think there's anyone particularly shy of committing violence in that area.
eyes are still eyes. And some people like to keep a lower profile than others. Although I am inclined to agree.
Well, we'll keep an eye out regardless.
And how'd your adventures go?
Yes, very exciting. Spending money and trying to get people out of their houses. Or tents, or street corners, or wherever else. And these fellows were staying. Managed to get most of them into temporary accommodations.
Trust me, you
Like a few
didn't
days
get
at
most of them. A lot of them probably saw you coming from a mile away and scampered.
Well, it was a few hundred, at least.
Something. Not no one. More than I've ever been able to save lately.
Yes, the temples are very much not happy about the new guests. But it's only for a few days.
Fuck the temple. We can handle it. You ever tried gin before? You pour some into a glass.
I was gonna make a
don't-
joke, but I don't think anyone in the stream would get it.
You like jazz?
Yeah, I definitely wasn't referring to our Call of Cthulhu session
Oh no!
and what Jin led to.
Yeah.
Some less than consensual encounters
Oh yeah.
between a scam artist. Anyway. I don't believe so. No.
Neither have I. I always avoided it.
No time like the present, I suppose. Just
Well,
go for it.
yeah.
It is smooth, it is vaguely sweet, and it tastes kind of like pine needles. Kind
I've never had gin in real life.
of what I described as kind of what it is.
Actually, yeah, the pine needles is very accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I wonder what would go well with that.
It's very
Right.
fragrant.
Yes,
Lemon
bro.
lime soda goes great with gin.
Yeah, for whatever reason, I think tonic might be a good addition.
Well,
Seems like they just naturally go together.
I am
I don't know
out
what you
of
would call that
fire
kind of drink,
water.
though.
I'm out of fire water, so I might pick up some. Actually, that's a good idea. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go to the liquor store.
Bet, pick me up a bottle while you're there.
All right.
If you flashed your Native American identification, you get 10% off.
Jesus Christ. I think with that,
Native
we're going to
discount.
take a little bit of a break, because I think it's about that time anyways, so give us maybe 15 minutes. Let's come back at exactly 8:30, and we'll see you guys after that.
Goodbye.
See you in a bit.
Peace.
See you.
back.
Do we have to?
Yeah.
Yes, we
Oh, Jesus.
do.
And cat transporter. The latest craze in Germany. All right. So, is there anything people are doing between now and when you're going to sleep for the night?
Oh, laying in bed.
Shut up, Barry. Shut up.
We're just talking.
You muted?
Am I?
No, Barry. Can't hear you.
Might be on the mic. Ah!
Ah!
That fixed
Ah!
it.
Ah!
Ah! What was the last thing you guys heard me say?
Fuck bitches get money?
I don't think I said that.
I'm
I
pretty
wanted
sure
to
you
light a
did.
candle, but it was fucking with my camera, so I had to turn it off.
To turn the candle off.
Yeah. With my breath.
Yeah. All right. I'm not sure the last thing I heard. I mean, you made the joke about laying down, and then that was it for me. You might have started saying something, but it just stopped.
Oh, I said, do we have to?
No, after that.
Oh, then my mic cut out pretty... Huh. I don't
Yeah,
know what did that.
I think you were going for all of about 10 seconds.
Yeah. It was Discord that killed the beast.
It was the candle.
Discord.
Why is it still sort of lit?
Is it smoldered?
It's like...
Ah, I can see the smoke.
Yeah, but it's still... And it's like red still.
Yeah, it's smoldering. Put the cover over it.
No, I think it's funny.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
Seriously,
right.
what is, like...
Doesn't...
Does anybody have anything that they are doing before bed?
Oh, I made the joke that I was laying down.
We
And then
heard
you said,
that.
shut up, Barry. And then my
That was
microphone.
it, yeah. That's the last I heard.
Okay. You have to
Well-
let me make jokes, or else my microphone
Will die.
Yeah, it's the microphone
I think-
tax.
I think the actual lesson is to not make stupid jokes or else your mic will kill itself.
Ernix, you're doing something?
I guess I was maybe gonna craft something else, but then I'm also like, you know what? Nah, it's fine. Don't need anything else.
I craft a big sleeping cap. And I go honk shnu.
Well, there is something I did want to, like, after some time talking with Vic. I assume you'll tell the others what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I'll let him know.
Well, in case I'm not back in time. You're usually up earlier than me anyway. Although that won't be an issue tonight, and I'm gonna pull out the scroll that you bought me, actually, of Scroll Keep Watch. I've got some business to do, and when I'm done with that, I'm gonna read up a little more on the book. Might be only 1 or 2 nights of studying it for me. I just want to get competent with it enough to help.
Cool.
But anything you need from me while I'm out for the night?
Not really. Just waiting on Sven to finish the ritual.
All right.
I can cast that for you.
Oh yes.
It's gonna be, what, another 3 days? 2 days? Right.
Is it 2 or 3?
Of
think it's
reading
three.
this book.
Yeah.
You need 6 days in total.
And we got this book.
The morning that Gilgorgio was killed.
Okay, so it was 31st. So it's only been 2 days. Going to third day. Oh no, we started You started right away. You started right away, didn't you?
So
Scott?
you've got 3 out of 3 days.
Okay,
Excuse me,
so
3
I-
out of 6 days. Miko.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 days. We take that.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I'll hand Vic the scroll so he can cast it for me. And as we're doing that, you know, it's not every day I get to share a drink with you. This was nice. You're muted.
Yes, I don't really drink much. Tried to stop a while back.
Good excuse to be social. Can't deny that.
One way of looking at it. Well, probably try in soon, but good luck with whatever nighttime shenanigans you have on your table.
Thank you, and don't die while I'm gone. And I'll try not to either.
Sounds like a good way to live.
That'll make my way out. I am going to go try and find Atari. I feel like I have a fairly good idea where she is. I did ask her to like look around and do stuff around Bridgefront, so I'm just gonna look around the outskirts of Bridgefront until I find her. Might take a while, might not.
It takes a little bit. The area that you end up finding her near is actually on Arcona Street. She's between the Library of Thought and the Quill and Inkwell.
Okay.
You find her closer to the Library of Thought, but not like the entire way. As you get there, this is about 10 o'clock at night. She's not exactly like trying to hide herself or anything like that. It's, you know, there really isn't any point to it. The streets are pretty empty for obvious reasons. Plus the fact that one person in your party decided to house people elsewhere for a few days. You can definitely tell that even just where she's standing, assuming that's the edge of the dream realm, that it's expanded a pretty good clip since the first time you experienced it.
Oh yeah, like before it started, it stopped at like near, like just like around the night market, a little past it.
No. It stopped like right before Breakwater Pier, so kind of at Pearl Street. Pearl Street runs north-south, next to Truth and
Yeah.
Light. Yeah.
Okay. And Notari, do you have any idea of how fast this was expanding based compared to yesterday versus tonight?
Atari is dead.
She
I think
explains
Notari's
this
drawing
to
something
you
on the
as I make the diagram on the map to show you the growth since you first experienced this.
That's bad. That's really bad. Okay. Good job, Notari. This is very helpful.
She's like, there's some fucked up shit that's happening in there, man. You hear it?
Yeah, I'm face to face with it constantly.
Can't tell if that's an insult, but and she just kind of like looks over into Bridgefront. You can just hear the sounds of like things flying, things snarling. Every so often you hear something crash, or you know, somebody moan or scream or something like that. You know, I guess it's your average run in Space Station 14. Oh my god. You can also see like movement, like. It's one of those things where you're like, you see something and then you're not sure if what you saw was real or not. Something moving in the air, something moving on the ground, somebody running past. You can hear whispers that are like carried on the wind. All of it's subtle enough that you're not sure if it's real or not.
Anatar, you awake for a night of fun?
What are we being dragged into now?
I'm thinking we poke and prod at these beasts that are mostly invisible. At least what... Most of the things are happening in the dream world, but there are a few physical-ish things we experienced that seem to be affecting people who are still awake. I say we give those awake people a chance.
Okay. She's like, okay.
No, you can't tell me you don't want to take pot shots at those fucking things.
I mean, can you hear the people screaming for their lives in there?
Yeah, that's why I want to do it.
Right.
I know you don't care much for them, but I'm at least trying to care.
Yeah. Yeah. She just like pulls the sword that she's had and like kind of starts walking into the affected area.
Actually, just in case, Atari, I'll give her my dagger of doubling since that's a magical weapon.
Mm-hmm.
So since she's a melee fighter, she could actually, like, you know, damage these fucking things. Yeah. We're just going to, like, if things get hairy, you will cut and run.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea is if there's, like, someone screaming or, like, someone like that, we'll rush to the scene and I'll, like, take pot shots at it, try and get to the attention, and Tari will be like, hey, fuckface, over here! And we'll just try and get things off of people's backs throughout the night.
Okay.
So that keep watch roll drops if you do any fighting.
Wait, does it? For real?
Yes. Any vigorous activity, including fighting.
Oh, no.
Sorry, what's dropping?
Scroll of keep watch, so I'm gonna be, like, fucking tired as shit. That's... Oh... That's not good.
Up to you.
But I already used the scroll. What else am I gonna use? Fuck. I still need to read a little bit of the book. I can do it another night though. But I already used the scroll. God damn it. Choices! Fuck it, we're already here. I'm already with Mutare. And I got 2 other scrolls. I'll pay Vic back for it. I'll get in the combat.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check for both you and Natari.
Yep.
Okay. You're definitely able to hear like the sound of things moving around in the darkness, fluttering on the wind or skittering across the ground. There hasn't been a lot of rain lately, so the dirt like track here thankfully isn't mud, but at the same time it's turned everything into dust. Hard, packed earth. You're well across Pearl Street going towards the winding way when I'm assuming that you're kind of like not canvassing but like covering the road as you're moving west east.
Sure.
Natari's on the northern side and you're on the southern, and you kind of hear something move in the alleyway to your right. Natari keeps moving. Either she doesn't notice it or she doesn't care. It's hard to tell with her.
If it's not attacking anyone at the moment.
No, but you turn to the alleyway and there is definitely a sense of, well, foreboding. You also see something moving around in it. They look humanoid, at least, and they're shuffling like towards the end of the alleyway. By the way, the lamplighters did go around and light the gas lamps, so there is light by which to see to some extent.
Right, yeah. Still nighttime. Yeah, this guy looks like he might get into some shit, so I'll take a pot shot of him. At the
All right.
not the guy, but yeah.
You pull the cross. I'm assuming the crossbow.
Yeah.
You raise it and like, you just shoot at the silhouette.
Well, before I shoot at anything, like I see it's not like a person that I'm aiming at.
It's hard to tell. In the darkness, they're humanoid. Like I said, they're definitely person-shaped.
I'll shoot beside it at the building.
Okay. Go ahead and mark it off. Also, did you make sure to the situation when you shot the alchemical silver?
Yes, I added one and removed the other.
The arrow, the bolt twangs off and skitters across the exterior of a house nearby and then embeds itself in the side of an outhouse about halfway down the alleyway. The figure doesn't stop moving. It gets to the edge of the light, and I'm going to say the Natari did hear that you fired something off and kind of looks around towards you. And you see a man walk out of the alleyway. You recognize them. You think you probably robbed them, probably closer to home. And you remember when you did this, it was a kind of a nighttime job that went a little wrong. Wrong in such that the injuries from where you killed him, the garrote, are still very visible around his bloating neck. His eyes are pallid, almost like cataract over, and his hand that goes up and touches the wall, like, seems a little too pale despite him being human. It looks to you and says, "My wife didn't know why I didn't come home." You are now under the effect of the terrible remorse spell.
Oh god. What the fuck is that?
What is the terrible remorse? It sounds so fucked.
It does. I am scared to know what it does.
I think I remember.
Give me a a 1d8.
No.
What's your strength mod?
Oh no, it's +0.
Okay. That is the amount of strength damage you do to yourself as you pull a dagger and slash up your arm.
Oh,
Natari sees this and rushes over, grabbing you and like pulling you around. Give me another perception check, by the way. She's screaming, "What the fuck are you doing?"
How in control of my faculties am I?
Let me just say that you, well, feel terrible remorse for having killed a man on the road. He's dressed as a noble. You probably robbed him intending to perhaps teach a lesson or something like that, but of course that's not always how things go. Give me a strength check.
Yep.
Natari. Shit.
1,000-yard stare.
Is
Something.
able to grab at your arm, the one which you hold the dagger on, and wrenches you around, kind of like pushing you up the street as you like sob uncontrollably. She's just staring at you, completely confused, baffled why any of this is even happening. Give me another perception check. Alright. You finally realize, as she's fighting with you, you wheel around and see, like, the man, and just watch as it slowly begins to fade away, that it was never real.
What the fuck? Just wipe away the tears.
Oh no, thankfully that isn't, strength damage, excuse me, that is, just straight up regular damage.
Oh, not strength damage.
Yeah, no, not strength damage.
So I'm taking 5 damage.
For a level 3 spell, that would have been really fucked up. No, that was just me.
That would
me
have killed you
shooting
after
it.
2 rounds.
Yes.
Like, you have sliced up your arm as if you were intending to, you know, Sylvia Plath yourself. Or, well, no. Went out that way. Sylvia Plath went in the oven.
Mm.
I'm gonna stop.
We went
while
a
I'm
long
ahead.
way for results.
She just, like, looks at you like, what the fuck? And then, like, as you, like, you're staggered and, like, confused, and she just kind of pushes you away. Stepping back, like, what the fuck, man?
I don't... Did you not see him?
She looks around and is like, no, you were just staring at an empty alleyway.
I saw... It was a week after we first met, and we robbed a noble.
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Fair. I don't know what that was. Crime? I don't know what happened. I don't. There's. I don't know. I think it was a spell. The guy vanished. I think. It's dark. I can't. Something came over me. I don't think that was me. I just looked down at my cut arm. Holy fuck.
Yeah, holy fuck.
Did I do it?
Yeah, you pulled your dagger and just started going at your wrist.
Just the more I stare at it. Oh. Fuck. I shake my head. We have to keep going. It will get a bonus tomorrow for dealing with my shit.
Alright.
Just, yeah.
You head into, deeper into Bridgefront. You're moving around until finally you hear like somebody screaming and something crash relatively near you. In a way, this one definitely sounds like it's somebody solid running into something very solid.
I'll go after it.
You don't need to go far, thankfully. As you watch a woman emerge from an alleyway, and by emerge I mean like run out, and she's like swinging her arms like up and down herself, almost like something's climbing up and down her, eating her alive, like rats or something, and she's just screaming, "Oh God, get them off! Get them off! Get them off!" Like throwing herself to the ground and just, yeah.
So like, okay.
She's bloody
so
as fuck, by the way.
It doesn't look like. Sorry.
She's
I'm
bloody
sorry,
as
Margaret.
fuck.
Yeah. There's not like some like it's invisible, whatever's attacking her. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna aim like above her slightly,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna take a shot.
Okay.
Am I within 30 feet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Nah, it doesn't confirm. Oh, wait, does that? Oh wait, you add your modifier to confirmation.
Mhm.
Got that. I also get a D4 when I crit.
Alright.
And I don't know if that would be sneak attack.
You watch as the arrow, excuse me, sails over her and like lands in the ground up the street.
Damn.
She struggles for a little while longer and then slowly stops.
Oh, I'm running up to her.
As you get closer, you can definitely feel like the presence of not something, but like arcane energy. But as you get closer and she stops struggling, it seems to vanish. You get up and it very much looks like, well, an army of rats like ate at her.
I know in my heart it's pointless. In my mind it's pointless. But my heart's gonna try anyways. I'm gonna cast Cure Light into her.
Okay. Oh yeah, go ahead. Give me the roll. Alright. You do watch as the injuries heal up, and you do see her move again, slightly like unconscious, like just kind of like roll her head over and just and that's it.
Wake up! Just slap the shit out of her.
She definitely comes to, but she is weak as fuck, like to the point where she's like, "God, leave me alone, just take what you want."
You need to get up now.
Like she shakily reaches out her arms and like starts trying to climb up, and like as she's like over like hands and knees, she asks, "Where did the rats go?"
They're gone for now, but if you stay here, they'll be back.
She manages to get up onto her feet and begins to stumble back the way that she had come. She kind of looks at you, but her eyes don't focus on you. You see, in the alleyway where a well is, that there is a bucket beside the well that is tipped over with fresh water having spilled out into the dirt. She walks past it, like not even noticing it, and into a doorway at the end of the alleyway, and just the door creaks slowly shut, and then just, yeah.
She wants to stay here, that's her choice. And with that, just... You said there was a bucket? Like a well?
Yeah, a bucket by a well. I'm thinking your character is bright enough to realize that she most likely came out of her house to fill a bucket with water when whatever happened to her happened to her.
Look, I might get attacked by rats for doing this, but I'm gonna go finish what she was doing. And if I do it without a vent, I will just leave the bucket by her door.
You roll the bucket down. Natari follows you, by the way, like, because she didn't see the rats either.
Mhm.
Well, that's another 8. Okay. You're able to fill the bucket and reel it back up. It sloshes a bit. The water seems fine. Kind of shitty, but fine. And you're able to take it over by the door and, like, put it in a place where she won't trip over it when she comes out. You don't notice anything or anyone.
With that, I'd just leave.
Natari follows you, and she's like, "What the fuck, man?"
Well, this time I'm in control of my faculty, so ask all the fuck you. That's what I do now.
That's sort of like what you did. Acting like something's there when it isn't.
Yeah, I think the dream shit is leaking into reality. Like, metaphysically. Like, it's there for an individual, but it's not there for everyone else.
Yeah.
I thought that maybe with a magic weapon that might help, but it doesn't seem to help at all.
I don't know. How long do we have to stay here?
You can go home whenever you want. Stay here for a little while, for maybe an hour or 2 hours. But that, I'll play back to Bannerland.
Okay.
You're free to do what you like.
She follows afterwards, like, kind of turning around and looking to the streets. This time, like, when some noise happens, she kind of looks to it like, what the fuck now? And you, generally speaking, like, you don't see or hear much of anything. While you hear noises all over the place, they don't seem to be, like, ubiquitous. But they do seem to happen, like, you at least are bright enough to know that, like, those two happen in a relatively similar location, that being a tight alleyway.
Hmm. Okay. Well, yeah, I'll look down alleyways in specific for a while. That's where the shit keeps appearing.
Give me a perception for both of them, for both of you.
I mean, we could. I mean.
Alright. You pass another alleyway. This one's pretty damn tight, but it's, as you're watching it, it seems to get really, really dark and almost like it extends out into the distance, and you're able to see that this 100% is not real. It's an illusion, but it looks really convincing. You think that's... I guess Natari, like, sees this, because you both passed the check by a good fucking margin. She just turns back and says, "You killed a guy, and that lady was being eaten alive by rats. And the darkness... It's like it's showing people shit that they're afraid of."
I didn't realize I was afraid of people I killed.
I think that kind of fear isn't the, "Ah, I hated fear." It's the, "Oh my god, what have I done" kind of fear.
Let's not psychoanalyze that. Sorry. Remind me what is I'm looking at again?
The alleyway?
Yes, in the alleyway.
It's something that looks impossibly dark, impossibly deep, impossibly long.
Okay. Yeah, we're just staring into the darkness.
Yeah, into a place where you can't see anything, and perhaps you're not afraid of, like, that kind of darkness, but I'm sure you can probably understand the fear of somebody who does.
Look at Natari. Does she seem to be scared of it?
No, but she definitely sees it, and she knows it isn't real. and like after maybe a couple of long seconds, like it seems like the effect begins to like falter and then recede, and it looks normal again.
That I turn to the turret. This is why I'm doing this. Because this shit, it's not just here in Littlebrook. Now, this is here in Littlebrook, but this stretches far beyond it. That's why I'm traveling with the gatecrashers. All of this, it's not just going to affect us, but the whole fucking world. I'm trapped in this, and I have to see it through.
I mean, I know you've explained to me why this is happening, but like, what's the goal for this fucker?
Caligaro?
Yeah, whatever his name is.
Probably kill him.
His goal is to kill himself?
Oh, I thought you were asking my goal. I hope that's his goal. But we wouldn't be that lucky. I think the goal is to blend the two realities into one, but I have a feeling that's not the final goal. There's also the fact that I can't exactly divulge everything.
Right.
If you're willing to take the risk, that's up to you. But
You dragged me into the house, man.
It's fair. Right before I met back up with you guys, there was a portal we found to the place. Another plane of existence no one's familiar with. I think this has something to do with that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay.
I also don't think we have all the pieces. So, a lot of it is guesswork. Some of it we can kind of...
I definitely get that. How long until you're gonna off this guy?
3 more days.
Cool. Probably piss on his grave after.
Oh, I'd love to. He deserves all the pissings on his grave he can get. But
He,
even
like,
then, he doesn't get a grave. It'd be too good for him.
no, probably not. I think I've taken all I can handle for one day.
Alright. We can go.
Alright. You're both able to make your way back to Bannerhelm. As you exit out of the area of effect, the difference is palpable. Like, you can almost feel it in the air. The removal of a weight or tension that hangs in it. Just some
Fuck
fucking
Bridgefront.
bad asshole's gonna make his own world and like kill people here for it? Yeah, I thought we were bastards.
We are bastards. He's something else. If I'm being honest, I have the suspicion he's not even top dog.
I don't know, but he's mad as a hatter, man.
Oh, yeah. You should have seen the visions I had. That guy, there's... To say there's some screws loose is an understatement of the century.
Yeah. Jeez. She's kind of like, almost like gets that point of like, that's all I can literally comprehend for one day.
I know she's gonna tell me to go fuck myself, but I look to her and I say, "You did a good job."
She just kind of looks at you and is like, I don't know what job I did.
You help some people.
Yeah, well, let's hope it like matters something, because.
I kind of smile a bit because, like, that's character development from Atari. Just nod and like, yeah, let's hope it does.
She pulls a
And-
flask like from her hip and immediately just
You're not gonna share, and we'll walk and bitch the whole way back.
It's not great liquor. It's kind of the stuff you're strangely accustomed to, but I guess there are like comfort foods like that is trash, but that you have anyways because it's familiar and that's comforting in a way.
Tastes like home.
It's like where it came from. All right.
And then I get back at like 1 o'clock in the morning and realize, oh shit, I promised to train a girl.
I want to say like because you didn't head out until like 9ish, 9:30ish. I want to say you're maybe getting it back at around 11:30.
Okay, so still on time. We spent a lot of time doing that stuff. I don't want to go over everything. Like take up too much time, but I will take like an hour and train Abigail when I get back.
Yeah. You're able to do that. And I'm not gonna make you like make a check because imparting like the absolute basics, I feel like most people should be able to impart.
Yeah, and that's like the first session, which is mostly it's not like sparring. It's just like, all right, here's the bare minimum you need to know.
Knowing how to stand, knowing how to react to somebody, etc., etc. Which is still something. So everybody is in bed at a vaguely reasonable time.
Yeah, after that I go straight to bed.
It's
Except for
bedtime.
Sven, you only sleep for 2 hours, so
It's bedtime for 2 hours.
yeah. So he's going to bed as you're getting up. 1 in the morning.
Kidding.
For those of you asleep at 3 a.m., go ahead and just roll me a d20. Ben, what do you do?
No!
Joel's audio cutting out. No!
Think.
Am I rolling a
Great
d20
roll,
as
sir.
well?
No, you're not asleep at this time. Okay. Interesting.
What do I do?
Yeah, what the
I
hell
think
do
I'm
you
gonna go.
do?
I think I hunt. I really like just getting food for people, and it's a fun activity for me. I think for Sven, it's really just more a fun activity to
1 in the
like
morning?
de-stress.
Is that
Right.
hunting or is that like breaking into an animal's like hovel and then
Yeah, I was gonna
killing
say
it
like
about some?
most
You're
animals,
around at
especially
this
those that
point.
you hunt, are
Really?
diurnal. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
actually know that.
so they're
And-
active more towards dawn.
Yeah. Well,
Dawn and dusk.
deer will be running around and causing problems all hours of the night, but especially a couple hours after sunset.
Uh-huh.
I had no idea.
Where we are, it's if you just go outside whenever it's like any time past like 9 o'clock, probably like 4 of them you can see at any given moment, just walking around.
Yeah, fucking when we were in Pittsburgh, we swung past a place and there was a deer, just like a doe, just standing right beside the road. Not giving a shit, just watching us. We're like, we're not in Pittsburgh, but like we're right along the, I think that's the Monongahela River. So we're in a pretty built up place, and they just don't give a shit. And then Vonnie posted pictures later in their server where the deer was just like right up on them, like, bitch, you better step off.
Yeah, like there are so many deer that my dog, he'll just like take off running at any point in the night and go bark at them. They don't give a fuck. They'll just stand there and stare at him. There's a nonstop flow of deer throughout the entire area where I live, just in all directions.
Any reason why?
Because I live in Kentucky and it's like significantly more forested than a lot of other places.
That'll do it. I'm not
Yeah, I
familiar with American geography, but I'll take your word that it's forested.
It's not that different. You're still American. North American.
North American, but yes, you're right. I'm also bad with Canadian geography. If that tells you anything.
Fair enough. But yeah,
Okay.
it's mostly forests. And those forests are mostly deer.
Mm.
Okay. So,
Right here.
I'm assuming you're gonna kill some time before you go out, like, kind of a normalish time. I'm assuming you're just gonna read book or write book.
Talking to you, Sven.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna be hunting for the night, honestly.
Okay. You
It's
go
gonna be a
out,
6-hour
and
drive, so-
the guard that have to let you out look at you fucking weird. Because, yeah, the gates are closed. They'll let you out because they don't give a shit if you're going out. Yeah. For the rest of you, especially because you are asleep at this specific time, you definitely
be
have
fresh,
some
though?
strange dreams. Each one of you remembers kind of like a gong being struck. Something, I don't want to say necessarily that because that's not necessarily the sound I'm going for, but that's what it reminds you of. Are your characters, like, tell me individually, the kind that remembers their dreams when they wake up?
So,
Like, there's always the occasional dream you'll remember, but usually Daxius drinks so much that he has such a massive headache that no, not at all.
How about since you've learned to at least somewhat moderate yourself?
It's probably improved, but I'm only on day 3 of meditation.
Yeah. Vic?
Probably not super often.
Okay. And Fernix, you said you usually do?
yeah, I'd say there's a good chance of it. Just, don't always remember all of them.
Okay. You, time definitely passes. Sven, you are out doing your thing. Give me however many survival checks you think you're gonna need in order to fulfill your quota for the night.
6 hours, I'll say 3.
Nope. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. That first, like, couple out, like, 2 hours or so, total clusterfuck. Total cock up. The last pair go pretty well, and you're able to bag things that, do you take Sasha with you when you go?
Yes.
You might have to, like, make her carry things, which I'm not sure how overjoyed she would be to do that.
Depends on if I give her a treat or not.
Yeah. You might have to kill something small to, like, feed it to her. Or wound it so that she can play with it for a while. Because she's a cat.
Mm-hmm.
Vernix, so the night does pass. All you wake up. Vic, you and Daxius kind of remember, like, something. But it's like the noise, and then you kind of, like, odd images that you don't really retain. Fernix, you do remember things. And what you remember is kind of stumbling out into a street. Like, you recognize it actually as part of Lunabrook. specifically like somewhere down in the Griffin Market going towards the docks. But despite the layout of the area being very similar, the buildings here are not. Most of them are much taller, primarily stone. A decent amount of them seem to have heavy piping running around them. You're actually, as you get like near the main road that runs north-south, you're forced out of the way as some monstrous machine goes past in the middle of the fucking road, dragging itself forward with a single, like, cog-shaped wheel.
Whoa. That's cool as fuck.
That's different.
The people around you, and they look like individuals that you would see on the street now, mostly the primary, like, inheritor races, but other ones as well, most of whom are dressed very tightly, usually more form-fitting, usually duller colors, and there's a malaise and a haze that hangs in the air as you move around. Nobody recognizes you, like, nobody acknowledges you're there. Yeah.
Well, I'd probably try to get their attention to ask about the giant wheel thing.
Nobody pays attention to you, even as the long fucking thing just rolls past you in the middle of the road. And in fact, when you get like in front of like an orcish man who's dressed in like mostly blues and has a helmet on, seems to be looking miserable as shit, and you think he looks at you, and then he walks through you.
Okay. Huh.
That's normal, right?
Oh, totally. 100%.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit different than I expected. I guess I'd probably try to follow behind where the cog machine thing is going.
You don't have to follow it super far. Up where you're thinking the building on your right is the arena, but it is significantly different. It's taller, it seems to be bigger, and as you have to pass all of these buildings, there is a huge difference in the things that you're seeing. There's a lot of glass. Like most buildings, especially on the first floor, have wide windows displaying whatever's being sold, whether it's clothing, jewelry, things that look like firearms, timepieces that are pretty small that you could tuck like right in a little pocket. There are, like I said, piping that seems to run everywhere, half of which is belching horrific smoke up into the air, probably fueling this haze that hangs over the air that you have to walk through. You actually do notice there are people that have like dragged like something over their faces or pulled their, or even like built into their clothes up over their mouth and noses. And even when you lose the vehicle in the smog, you're able to follow the tracking that runs along it without a problem. Catching up to it just as it's beginning to vomit a shitload of people like out onto a platform and allow others in, yelling and pushing past each other. You hear like somebody blowing a whistle and waving their hand, and just bedlam.
Nice.
Bedlam. What's interesting is you recognize the language being spoken. You can hear it. It sounds like Common, a very fucked up version of Common, but Common nonetheless.
Well, huh. Make me consider, like, you know, it's not like I can ask them anything, I assume.
No, but you can observe.
Yeah, I guess I'll try to get closer to the station or whatever, and just kind of take in some of the details about that. Maybe go for a pamphlet if there are any.
You actually are able, thankfully, to interact with physical objects. People don't seem to see you. You're basically a ghost. But as you hop up onto the platform, passing the burning like gas lighting that that's hung off of the station eave, passing the large quad-faced clock that indicates the time in the middle of the station, you're able to grab at a pamphlet that it tells you as you open it, and you can read it. It is in common. It's sort of like us trying to read Shakespearean English, where it's intelligible, but it's not, you're not accustomed to it. But it includes a map showing lines running up and down the area, and you also see where Luna Brook has extended to. Is it now, you're assuming based on the drawing on the one page, extended across all of the rivers, like having expanded out double, triple its current size.
Oh. It certainly could be in the future, I suppose. Isn't that out on the water? Never mind. Oh. I don't know. Is the thing still there?
Oh yeah, there's somebody coming out onto hang off the side, screaming about something, blowing a whistle. People are pushing on, which seems to slow down to a trickle as like those who are boarding run out.
Well, then I'm gonna ride it. I'm gonna ride a not train thing.
You're able to drag your way up onto it and push through one of the carriages where it's over full. Like, people are fucking shoulder to shoulder. Some are standing holding a bar that runs up the center.
I'm sure I can't push through you, but you can get through me just fine.
Oh no, you're able to pass through them.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
yeah, you're able to pass through them. There are some times when it feels like you can feel somebody, but you're able to just phase right through them. Somebody passes going the other way, like swinging something, making noise, demanding something be handed over. There are people arguing. A lot of people smoke. A lot of people smoke.
Yep.
Smoke.
I consider creating water on their cigarette, but then I'm like, ah.
I made a bad joke. I think Joel got it.
It's a bad joke, more like a reference to a Simpsons episode.
I am not changing my words.
But you're able to ride it for a little while, and it drags you up past where the university is, and it passes on your left, and you're able to see that there are towering buildings, 5, 6, 7, 8 stories high, odd towers that kind of hang off of things. There are homes that look like a mishmash of like almost like several different architectural styles, and then you're passing through a wall, like pretty thick, and emerging on the other side to a view of just sprawling homes and factories, and you can see other vehicles like the one that you're on moving through it, and you begin to pick up a pace to a point where no horse could hope to match the speed it's going at. It shakes precariously, dangerously, and yet people sit there reading a newspaper, bundling back and forth like nothing is happening.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like holding onto the handle or whatever, before was a little bit more relaxed, and now it's more like...
Uh-huh. Last thing you're able to see... Oh, by the way, one thing you do notice is the forests are gone.
Oh.
Everything has been clear-cut. If it isn't housing now, it's farmland. If it isn't farmland, it's nothing.
Oh.
The other thing that you notice is a ship heading up the river, up the Mons. White, large, kind of wedge-shaped. Once again, belching the same smoke up into the air out of 4 different chimneys that run up through the center, and flags and streamers running off it, and before it vanishes into the smog. The smog seems to get heavier and heavier and heavier until it seems to be inside the actual vehicle, inside the carriage itself, and as it seems to overtake you, that's when you wake up.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
Just like the cat woke up.
Yes.
Probably in the same reaction too.
Yes. How are you doing? Good.
I imagine this is Verdict talking to Edward.
Yeah. Edward just flopping on his chest and just staring up at him. Yes.
A little Russian blue.
It's very sweet. Yeah. Big baby. Yeah. Well, it'll be something to talk about in the morning anyway.
Yeah.
Assuming it's not already.
Okay. It is about 8 o'clock. Those of you who have need to sleep like normal people, you are now awake. Sven, you are probably returning, taking the animals that you have killed and strung up, hopefully field gutted and all that kind of, well, excuse me, field dressed and whatnot, over to the Abathar slaughterhouse to be processed again, then traveling through, excuse me, into Highland Terrace, where you pass it off at the Temple of Theseus. You make a donation, Seems to be a pretty decent morning, and by the way the air feels, you think it's probably going to rain later.
Well, smells like rain. I comment to myself and nobody. No, I comment to Sasha.
Who just
And
looks
then
at you, and you just hear in your head, hungry.
I feel like I didn't have to take that 1 feet where I could hear you.
You didn't, but you did.
Just like I didn't have to take the leadership feat. I did.
Yeah, but leadership is actually really good.
I mean, it wasn't a feat, it was an entire character build, but that's fine.
Oh shit. I'm still here for it. I'm into it.
She at least has been somewhat more talkative lately. Like, although she, like, every time you've handed over food, she kind of has a, like, why are we giving it over? Like
Yeah.
no understanding, really. Even if you've explained it before.
Yeah, that's alright. I think Sven finds it deeply satisfying. He really enjoys the, like, hunting aspect. He just, like, not even, like, oh, it's this patron thing, or... No, he just genuinely finds it enjoyable. And then, you know, he doesn't really need the food. And he really enjoys the charity, and it's a good thing to donate, you know, for his religion. And he's like, you know what? This is just all around great. I like this. So he feels pretty good about himself every time he does this.
Alright. You're able to return to Bannerhome whenever you feel.
Yeah, he'll meet the others for breakfast. Ooh. And he, whoever filters down first, he's in the tavern bar. He's sitting at a table, you know, writing in his book.
I mean, Vic's probably up first, realistically.
Yeah.
Hi, Vic.
Last.
Well, don't all
Right.
talk at once!
How you doing, Vic?
I was actually.
Weather's looking pretty rough, ain't it?
What
That's
happened to your
just how
voice?
the weather is down here, though.
What happened to your voice? Slap him on the back.
Oh, thank you. It was the lack of coffee. Yes.
Well, I'm sure Phoenix will be around before too long. So they may have coffee served at this bar somewhere.
At this bar or tavern table thing. We're kind of in a weird superposition between all of them. Yeah,
I
you,
feel
do you
like there were-
sleep well?
Yeah. Bit of a. I don't know. There's some.
Ah, Pharynx,
Something
there you
strange.
are!
Ugh. My gosh.
It's not that Pharynx is coming down, we cut to Sven in his room.
Ah!
Imagine. No.
Mhm.
We can just say that we all are awakened together.
Yep. In Sven's bed.
Yeah, all is dead.
With no explanation.
Man.
I'll just say it this time. I'm stumbling down the stairs. Coffee.
Okay, fine. Let me get the nice coffee today.
You should. Felix, maybe you should start just teaching him how to do it so he doesn't have to just yell the word cough every time he walks down the stairs. He can be responsible for himself.
Right.
No.
Well, he doesn't have a coffee pot to brew it in, so. You get
Sure.
one of those
Which
pot-
is a critical component of the spell. If you don't have the
Spell.
coffee pot, you... Huh?
Spell. Brewing coffee's not magic. It's technically like crappy alchemy. It's alchemy that anyone can do. It's cooking.
The weirdest
It
way I've
really
ever
is
heard
kind of
this
just
described.
cooking.
It's just, yeah, cooking is just shitty alchemy.
Because you're kind of just boiling beans, really. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
Bean powder.
Yeah. Yeah, they grind it up before so you can get more of the stuff out of it, but no, technically, you're right. You could just, like, have them be whole and dried and then just plunk them in for a long time.
You can cut them in half. That's
Yeah.
probably better.
Let's see. That's true. I guess I do need to get more.
Could cut you in half.
Real.
Yeah.
That's so true.
It's just exotic. I have no idea what kind specifically. I think it's the desert coffee, so it doesn't do anything spectacular, but it's more bitter. It's supposed to have milk and sugar in it.
The Farine special or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a Turkish coffee if you've ever had.
No.
It's very good.
Also very strong.
Mhm.
Maybe one day, but I don't. I will only drink coffee at like a like if it's like an ice cap or something. It's the only form I'll drink it in.
Hmm.
Unless I like desperately need like some kind of energy, then I will see to drink coffee.
Yes. That's why I drink coffee every time I wake up.
Fair enough.
And that can be in game too.
So, you all have that strange dream last night as well, with the noise.
Yeah. The giant cog machine.
The what?
It seemed like a maybe future envisionment of Lunabrook. I'd only assume that because I found a map of the city at something that seemed like I guess the closest thing I could think to would be like a larger coach station up on steps. And then I got into the big mechanical thing and it jostled me about enough that I was thinking that I might lose my breakfast, and about that time I sort of realized how I didn't really remember getting out into the street and waking up and all of that sort of thing. Yeah. So, if we just had another shared dream, then
We sure as shit did, and I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
I just heard the
hear
noise.
some. Yeah. You heard a noise? What'd you hear?
oh,
I'll be honest, I don't really dream too much lately.
Well, you're not sleeping.
Is
So.
that?
I mean, if I'm being honest, it does suck a little bit, but also it is nice being able to do quite a lot more things.
I just can't imagine functioning on only 2 hours. I mean, 5. I
Oh,
can
I'm fully rested.
Yeah, that's what's baffling. I mean, I know it's a magic ring, but like, nah, I don't think I could do it. Kudos to you, man.
yes, you can't tell.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's because of this ring that we have. You know, we got this ring together.
Mhm.
I thought you bought it, and then I just think I remember you showing it off one day.
It may have been the other
No,
ring.
this is a different ring.
Oh, sorry? That's the ring you can read. It's early morning, man.
You'll see this ring. This ring is the really cool reading one that lets me also learn a lot of stuff. I got this at an actually pretty good price. You know, the dealer was actually a very nice person. He goes on for about 5 minutes.
We've already
This one
walked
is the
away
ring
from the
of-
table.
This one is the ring up. Where did they go?
I don't know.
I'm just slowly falling asleep like Yeah.
I need to sleep for 0 hours a day
Yes.
and eat and drink nothing.
Okay,
Yes.
or cool flex, but no need
Oh,
to
I
make
forgot
me
Etzer can talk.
Hmm.
He's just like standing
this-
underneath the table when he
I
says
thought
that.
this was a funny bit.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's all funny bits.
Hmm.
It is a cool ring, but like,
It's a-
I don't need to see it. I don't need. You don't need to go into that story every time it's mentioned.
But what if
I think
people
you're
forget
just
that I
a
have it?
hater.
Maybe a lot of it.
In any case, I think the other ring came from back in Innsbruck. Gilgamesh was the one who picked it up at the what was it? Siegfried Ash's shop, I believe.
All right.
Mhm.
I do remember that. Yeah.
But as far as the dream situation goes, I wouldn't think
Right.
it's the same.
We're talking about that.
Yes, I wouldn't think it's the same place as Darian's world. I don't know, what would you call this? The past? Dorian. The past, the future, a different version. I don't know.
Yeah. Me neither. Just surprisingly not as different as I would have imagined it. Had I not had any well, did I not had a dream about it?
So I'm curious, is this supposed to be showing us a definite future or possible future, or
Or could this be the past?
I'm inclined to believe it's the past, considering what we've seen.
that would be the assumption that the city still
Out of
is
game, it's
generally-
not the past.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It would be rather a question of where all the ruins for the rest of the city went, as well as why we don't know what the big constructed mechanical thing with cogs for wheels is.
Yeah, and if it was the past, like Dorian's time, we would probably have seen the well, Not the types of creatures that we currently have, but the Teryx. Is that what they're called?
Well, they're not called Teryxes. They're blanking for a second.
Tyrion.
Tyrion.
Tyrion. Different T word.
Yes.
Is that coffee ready? I can't think this hard without it.
It's ready.
Oh, thank God.
Let's
You
see
know, if
what-
you start getting up earlier, you'll have more time in the day.
This is early for me.
Ugh.
Fuck off.
Right. How did the scroll go yesterday? Did the spell end up being much use?
Oh, right, yeah. No. Apparently you can't use it if you get into a scrape. It goes away.
Technically, you
Learned that.
didn't.
Oh, I thought... No, I shot at someone. I shot.
That qualifies combat when you're just shooting at nothing.
I don't know, does it? That's up to you.
Well, he also stabbed himself a couple times.
I did stab myself.
I don't think I qualify that as combat. I consider that reading a Sylvia Plath
Offensive.
novel. No,
Offensive action, but against yourself? So, like, a counter-defensive action? I don't know.
I don't know.
A counter-offensive then.
If you're not offended by you stabbing yourself, then I guess it doesn't count? Maybe?
I don't know, I was pretty offended by it.
Yeah, snowflake.
Well...
Oh, kids these days always getting upset over stabbing themselves. Back in my day.
I pulled myself up by the bootstraps directly into the... Never.
Into the knife, yeah.
I was gonna make a worse joke than that. I was like... That would have been bad.
Moving on from that.
I'll put it in the chat.
But...
On stream.
I put it in Twitch chat.
the scroll worked pretty damn well, actually. It kept me up for the night, and I was actually able to retroactively. I would have, if I still had it active, I would have read more of the book that Sven was going through. Like, things.
Well, I think it's pick one or the other. Either it worked and you got the effect of it, and I mean you feel like shit now because you were awake.
Well, it only works for 8 hours, so at this point it worked.
Okay.
So now I'm just, recovering from the effects of it no longer being active, and I'm so fucking tired. But otherwise, it worked great.
Nice.
Well, if you want the book, I was going to just kind of, I was gonna work on writing my book. You want to study your book first.
Have you already read through it today? Because I mean, you're our main caster for it, yeah?
No, I was going. I had some ideas while I was out hunting. I was going to write them down beforehand.
Well, I could start on what I've missed, and then whenever you're ready, just let me know. And I'll pass it back to you.
Sure. 5 minutes later. All right, I'm done.
Are you fucking serious? All right. Yeah. I guess for like a hour or two until Sven's ready for it, or however long that is.
You can get your full 8 hours now if you want.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, this might be depending on what. We'll see after I read it. This might be the last time I have to go read through it.
Might be the last time you ever can.
Well, suppose I'll get set for the day and everything. the new spell came together yesterday, but
Oh, did it?
mhm,
I want to see it now, right now.
I'm just going to have it around. I'll probably be willing to mess with it later. Just, oh,
Oh, keep.
yeah, I'm going to take it a bit easier. It was sort of pulling together a lot, and I think I had some other things, magical or otherwise, that I was going to make. But also, I don't have a lot of money, so just sort of do what
Or-
we can, I guess.
Well, technically we do have money. It's just all sitting in the fucking Vardo collecting dust.
Right.
Left.
I'll
I can split that apart if you like.
Oh no, let's all just become a unanimous nation and just have a trust fund for each other and just fucking. I don't have a say over it. You guys fucking do whatever.
The problem with that sort of attitude is you have the power to change it.
Do I though? Because last time I tried to change it, you all shot me down.
No, we shot you in the leg.
That's fair. You did do that.
I have no problem splitting it now. We still have some things in there to sell as well. Also, speaking of which, I forgot to mention this yesterday. I realized that no one was using the Ring of Feather Falling, so I had borrowed it. I feel like if any of us was likely to trip over and fall down a well, it's myself. So
And did you pay the rent for that? Since
I've
you were
paid the
renting the ring?
non-existent- I've paid the non-existent rent, correct?
Wonderful.
Have you paid the blood tax?
I've fled more than the rest of you all combined since we
That's
started
fair.
traveling together.
okay.
Let's not
Without
worry
a
about
doubt.
that too much. I don't think you're serious, but if there's any actual concerns, just let me know and I'll put it back.
Nah, I don't care.
No, I don't care.
Right.
Well, obviously,
You can't
Birch
have
does
it.
care.
I take out my rapier. Right here.
I take out my gun.
It's a 1v1v1v1. Who will win? Probably not Vic, because while he could decimate us, he'll probably roll natural ones.
Right,
Decimate actually just means reduce something by
Yes.
10%.
10%, yes, I know.
You've
I
only
don't care. It's a
decimate.
fun word to use.
I'm going to decimate the top of Sven's head.
Mhm.
Then you've probably given him a haircut.
Be like
No.
Bob the Blob and dip his head in water.
Sven becomes a monk. He's got his top of his head shaved now.
Decimate just the top of his head. Yeah, that's just a haircut.
That's what I'm gonna. Whenever next time I'm gonna get a haircut and someone asks me like, "Oh, where are you going?" I'm gonna say I'm gonna get my head decimated.
Mhm.
That's
Sven have
funny
to come
as
back
fuck.
next session with a mullet.
I could do it.
Yeah.
I just have to pay Gray $3. That was his price. That's his price to change haircuts in game.
That's pretty.
It's
What, I'm fucking EA now?
yeah, we do microtransactions.
It's like the fucking GTA barber where you fucking go in and like you got like short hair, they go in, bzzz, and now it's like super fucking long.
Mhm.
Does it make sense? No. Is it funny? Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway. Do we actually want to split the money in the Bardo? Because it would take like 5 seconds.
I've been a preacher for this since day one. We could all use it, and I still don't fully get why we did it in the first place.
Yes, but
Yes.
however, in order to make your thing, I'm gonna need you to pay for that, son.
Yeah, I've got enough money to pay for whatever you need.
Okay. And you wanted rallying on your shield? Or your
I
arm?
don't think it matters.
Yeah. Well, whichever one I've got to have it be in the enchaining vicinity for the full amount of time, and then after 8 hours it's good and I can hand it back to you. So I'm basically like a daycare center for your armor.
Okay.
You have to come back
Yeah,
and
well-
pick it up after 8 hours, or I'll call you.
Yeah, I'll just do the armor, I guess. That's probably easier.
Okay. Cool.
Well, while you guys are doing this, Dax will pick up, like, after he drinks, like, halfway through his coffee. Oh! I almost forgot something I wanted to talk with you guys about. So, I went out last night. We scattered around Bridgefront, me and Atari. I tasked Atari. I did mention this to Vic before, but I tasked Atari with sort of like outlining how fast things have been spreading and like sort of outline like how far-reaching this is currently and the future and stuff. Turns out that based on us putting our brains together, we sort of figured out by tonight, it's going to be reaching into the Bastion. Just across the river of Bridgefront. That's what we think, anyway. That's what I think. So, I think it's about time we maybe talked. Like, I don't want, but maybe we get someone who's in good with the guard to maybe post up and do something, even if it's just fucking doing rounds at night, keeping people safe. I don't know, something. Mobilize someone, because like people, shit's already happening, and it's only gonna get worse.
I will say
I
the
just
growth
don't
that
know.
I'm displaying happened between when you were there for the that fight, which I believe was on August 26th or 5th. 6, yeah, 26. So, not like it was in 2 days or something like that.
Right, but even so, like this is like it's not gonna cover like as much. Like it's covering all pretty much most of Bridgefront right now. It's still leaking into the Bastion, and that could kill someone there. And unfortunately, that'll probably be more newsworthy than the hundreds of deaths happening in Bridgefront. So, you know, maybe we're getting ahead of the curve.
You're right, of course, but realistically, what is a few guards going to do?
Fucking
Clerics might
probably
be able to do something.
Yeah, clerics could do something. Someone, even if it is guards, they'll probably stand around with their fucking dicks in their hands. But fucking someone who's better than no one. I don't know.
Yeah.
Always
Worth a shot, I
see,
suppose.
yeah, if there's anyone willing to help.
I did like the idea of the clerics.
I can do an overnight vigil, I suppose. It'll just be, well, whoever shows up, I guess.
Fair.
Might be a handful at the Temple of Sojourn that would be a bit more inclined or able to keep things under control.
Seems like a
But
good
I'm-
place to start.
Mildly concerned that adding in more protection is increasing the visibility, so to speak.
Do you think
So-
this is not visible yet?
I mean to Caligaro. If we're adding beacons of protection, that's something that's standing against him. Like with Madame Carrington, he may be more likely to see it as a threat and eliminate it. As opposed to now where it's the last handful of stragglers still refusing to leave Bridgefront. Not really doing much outside of sitting and waiting. I don't think we should completely abandon the idea, but that is where my concerns are coming in.
I get it, But also, he's taken notice regardless. I'm certain of it. I mean, I don't know if they're with Caligaro, but I was almost assassinated. That definitely, someone's definitely watching us. If it's not Caligaro, probably.
You were almost assassinated?
Oh, right.
When?
Yeah. Like half a day ago, I was meditating with Cyrus by some elven ruins, in some elven ruins, and you know those dogs from the arena?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Stomach almost turned on me.
Yeah, my stomach did turn on me then. And also some creepy looking lady with a spider sickle, like spider leg sickle. And apparently Cyrus had seen her before, but I don't remember her face.
No, not her. The sickle and the symbols that she wore.
Gotcha. Never mind. I don't know if she. I mean, I don't know what her deal was.
I mean, if she's adorned and wielding spider stuff, I think that's pretty cut and dry, no?
Mhm.
Called the spider, yeah, but I thought that disbanded.
Well,
So the fact that it's still active members is worrying. Or it's just a cool item that they use, or maybe it's magical or something. I don't know.
typically the arm of any organization that's going to be used for assassinations isn't part of the main cult to begin with. So,
Fair point.
I assumed it was some sort of holdout. Caligaro is still active, and therefore the source of the cult's power is still active. So it's not overly surprising to see that there are still a few members going along with the mission.
yeah, there's
Something to keep an eye out for, though.
For sure.
I mean, there's got to be some way that we can defend these people a little bit better. But maybe he won't be after them. Or maybe we just don't know who he's after, which has kind of been the case.
Honestly, after going through Bridgefront, I don't think he's after anyone in particular. I think the dream world's kind of just attacking.
I mean, he was definitely after Carrington.
Oh no, like I'm not saying he doesn't have like control over, but overall, like there are figures attacking everyone and everything that moves.
What I mean is that the one person who was capable of protecting the people from these attacks was Carrington and Elliot working together. And so
Alright,
because
did you guys find anything on that? On how we might be able to help?
Or
Did
not.
you even look into it?
help in what way? What do you mean?
Help in the fight to protect those who are sleeping. To protect Madame Carrington.
Well,
I
She's
thought
already been
we
taken by the
talked
Hag.
about this.
Madame Carrington's already been taken by the Hag. There's nothing we can do beyond finish the ritual and free her from its clutches. As far
Right.
as doing any amount of dream walking ourselves, it's a very difficult skill to learn without this ritual. So it's not necessarily likely that we'd be able to do so. And even if we did, without the ritual and the advantages that gives us, we are in his turf with very little means of defending ourselves. So doing so without the ritual would be a very bad idea. Just spending any amount of time, awake or not, in Bridgefront, especially at night, as we've seen, is a very bad idea. The only thing I've seen is
Didn't we hear that anything we have on us carries into the dream realm?
after
Yes.
performing the ritual, yes. But again, dream walking is not a skill that we can just pick up in an afternoon. I've already asked about this. I definitely... Your thinking is correct, but I've looked into this as well. Melia took several years, significantly longer than I had exposure to this concept to even begin to start doing so. It's not an easy skill to learn. We would not have a chance of doing it within any reasonable amount of time.
What if we let ourselves go to sleep in Bridgefront?
And
We brought with us things to protect and find each other.
I don't know if that'll help the other people.
Doesn't guarantee that you'll enter the dream realm, as you don't know how to purposefully lucid dream.
I think something like that's far too risky. And we need everyone in one piece. Marching on Caligaro.
I'm not overly familiar with what's at play myself. Just, yeah, it does seem like this is still the most direct route, believe it or not. And what was it? The main method I thought for protecting people from
It's just...
outside influence was protection from evil, that sort of thing, but I think they had that at Carrington's when they got attacked, so it might not actually be all that helpful.
It's going to be 4 days until we can do this. It feels like that's too much time. We have to do something.
After today, you only have 2 more.
Wait, studying and then the day after to perform it.
Theoretically, you could do it that the last day. There probably will be some prep involved, mostly collecting of materials that you need in order to complete the ritual. You have learned as you've read the book that there is a lot of materials involved, and it'll take you a couple hours just to perform the ritual, and that's assuming that you get it right the first time.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that we'd probably better have everything ready to go for you once you are set on it.
He died.
No, I feel like just sitting down and waiting for us to figure out how to do this ritual, there has to be something we can do to slow this, or something.
If they're not obeying the attempted payoff to leave Bridgefront, then I'm honestly at a loss. Like, do we just go slap them all silly and then toss them in an extra dimensional space for 8 hours and then apologize and heal them up and let them go back onto their business and then do it all again the next night? I don't know. I also don't know if that would even work. So it'd be a lot of assault charges and kidnapping for not much gain.
I don't know. There's another option I'm not aware.
I do agree with you. It's fine. I just waiting around it fucking sucks. I hate it. Every fucking moment of it. But I don't. I'm reading into a book in my spare time about the dream world, and as far as I can tell, I haven't been able to find anything that can help. And overall, I don't think there is anything we can do right now. But I have been going out at night and scouring Bridgefront to try and help people who are not asleep, still being attacked by these creatures. Since you don't sleep, you could always use the extra hand with it. It's not what we want to do, but it's still helping people.
Baronix, you remember when we had that feeling of the thing that passed by us, but we couldn't see it?
Mm-hmm.
What if we had the means to pull it out of the dream world and fight it?
It's definitely something I could envision being possible.
Perhaps, even if we can't win, by us fighting it, we injure it or slow it down.
Right. Managing to get something that's in the astral plane, at least I know. It's mainly a matter of being able to see it first. But ghosts and the like normally sort of manifest in order to do their spooky stuff, so that's usually your chance to get them with the regular magic, but if they haven't breached the veil, so to speak, then we kind of happen across him. We'd have to happen across him again, or have some way to see beyond it.
Right, could I roll some... So, I'm not finished reading this book, but could I roll something to see if I've learned maybe something that could, like, pull something out of the dream world, or, like, make it semi-corporeal, or something like that?
Could I assist in this role?
I'm not entirely certain if there is something you can do like that.
I think there's some sort of spell, but
I mean,
I super don't know what it is off the top of my
There's
head.
definitely one that you can use in order to see into the ethereal realm, which would function in this situation.
I know there's like dimensional anchor will stop planar travel.
Mhm.
we ask if there's something that us as players have not thought about that characters might maybe roll for that.
You're asking
Just in
me if I
general.
can tell you something you don't know.
Can you
I'm
tell us
asking
something
if-
that you
I'm
don't
asking
know
if-
and we don't know?
I'm asking if we can roll to see if our characters are smarter than we are.
Well, COC, because of the idea roll, is exactly for that. For this, I would probably allow an intelligence roll for something like that.
Is that something I can assist with or no?
If you can assist in a roll to determine if your characters aren't stupid.
I mean, we need all the help we can get.
I imagine it's more like me deliberating with Sven for a moment. Because I've read some.
Or we could all just roll, and then that would have the same basic effect.
Sure, that also works.
Could I use one of my last remaining inspiration?
Hold on.
I would roll. Sven, I'm telling you, page 26, there's this really cool passage. It's like the third paragraph. I'm pretty sure that's what you're looking for.
Daxius, a third paragraph. It's 2 paragraphs long. What do you mean?
No, let me see that. It's right here. I swear.
No, I'm looking at the page number. There's 2 paragraphs and a diagram. There's like nothing on this page.
What the fuck? Are you sure this is the same fucking book? What the is this?
Did you mean page 37?
No, I'm fairly certain this is it. I know it is. What the fuck happened to the third paragraph? Fucking forget it.
Okay, then go ahead and give me... I see 2 of you have already rolled that, so those of you who are left may make the roll.
Oh, I was asking if I could use one of my last inspiration, but if you just want me to roll, that's fine.
I wouldn't waste it.
Well,
Wow, Jesus. Alright, fine.
Might not be a waste.
You and Vic. I feel like the 2 of you together, especially with Fermix's knowledge of a lot of this stuff, there is a way to travel into the dream world using just a spell. It is a limited duration, and I think it only applies to yourself, and I don't believe you can pull someone out of it, because technically you're not making something ethereal, like, solid. They're just in a dimension that is abutting the material plane that you can't necessarily access. That spell would be dream travel.
Yeah, I guess we'll
Which
tell
is
you
a-
what we know about that. If you could not
which is a 6th level spell,
Eat my headphones, that'd be great.
or mesmerist or psychic.
Oh. Yeah. The other one I came up with was chains, which is like, oh, it'll do damage and then it'll grapple them. And then it's like, oh, they can just like shift dimensions and leave. And I'm like, but dimensional anchor is 2 levels lower than this spell. This spell's made to attack something that travels between planes is like a matter of course. What? Okay. So it would make a lot more sense to just go into the dream dimension and just fight them. But then we would all have to be level 11 psychics.
Alright, so all we gotta do is just take 11 levels of psychic each.
Yep.
Before
the end of the week.
A lot of the other options are similarly not as useful. I think Astral Projection would allow you to do the same thing. That is a 9th level spell. Gate is also allow you to do that. It is a 9th level spell.
Yeah.
So, moral of the story is that
That one, the last one, you can use it to drag someone to your plane of existence.
yeah, seems like the moral is that there really aren't any other options than what we're doing currently.
There's one for hitting an incorporeal creature and making them not as incorporeal anymore, called Ghost Bane Dirge, but has the target of one creature, so need to be able to see him. You can target things that are on the other plane, but if they're just like on the astral plane and not doing anything, they're invisible. And see invisibility doesn't see them. So.
One, I think... Oh, wait, hold on. Cleric is able to get this one, that being plane shift, yeah.
Yep.
Move yourself or someone else to a different plane. Although you appear 5 to 500 miles from your intended destination.
It's a bit of a detour.
Is that 5d100?
Yes.
5%.
So an average of like 250.
Yeah, and just a random direction. Like, where did you want to go? Okay, don't worry, you won't end up there.
500 miles up, you end up on the moon.
Yep. Depends on how Gray does it, but there's the way that things had worked out for me in my game. I was like, oh, the continent I made is like really small compared to the range of the spell. And, okay, whichever direction you're going, you're in the ocean. Just like hundreds of miles out. Oh, God. Well, I've got a level 4 version of that called Johnny's Jaunt. Which is only able to transport only willing creatures, which I guess I didn't know about plane shift before. Thanks for cluing me in on that one. Can go only to an elemental plane, the astral plane, or the material plane.
None of which are the dream world.
Yeah, and I need a rod. I need an attuned fork attuned to the frequency of the plane that we're going to. So however you attune a fork to the material plane, I guess it doesn't have a cost listed on the focus. So
Ring of planar focus, yeah, 4,000 gold. You'd be able to cast plane shift, and you arrive exactly where you want. Ooh.
That would be nice. Yeah, the way that I look at it is, it's sort of your escape plan spell, but only if you're on another plane already.
So the fastest option is still you just do the ritual.
Yeah.
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 Plus, again, you need to master the ritual in order to get rid of the dream stone.
Yeah. Nothing I don't think we haven't already tried.
I think it's also kind of funny because, like, if you do the thing that, like, teleports you, but it's 5 to 500 miles, literally walking will be slower than us doing the ritual.
Yeah, yeah, it would.
Yeah. The
I'm sorry.
the
This
only
is
other. Mhm. Well,
basically.
I've got a spell. I guess I could just drag it in there. That
Oh.
that'll keep ghosts out for a minute per level, but it doesn't really get them to get in here so I can punch you,
Hmm.
stupid ghost. And it is a level 4 spell, so it's like I can at most prepare 3 of those and then just sit there for like 24 minutes. And yeah.
Yeah.
Then after that there'll be like, I'm pretty sure that was his last spell. I don't know, who cares? It was all defensive shit anyway.
So, yeah, as much as I think it kind of sucks, this is still the best way to go about it, is to simply just do the ritual.
I know it's like horrifically slow. And if you want to, one of us could probably fill in for the time. I just I don't want it to take extra longer, is all.
Yeah, I mean, by now you've definitely realized that you must do it within the radius of the dream realm that is being created. You have to have the key as a focus. Technically not, but having the key makes it way, way easier. You are going to need a certain type of, like, materials in order to do that. Stuff that you should be able to easily find, but it might take you just a little time of legwork. And then it's going to take a couple hours of doing a ritual, like an actual physical ritual, and hopefully passing the check in order to open the door. Really, it's just you're now trying to figure out the right order and familiarize yourself and any other caster who wants to help in order to make that DC check a lot easier. Because it will be your caster level that you'll be using as a check.
Well, I
Like, I'm
guess.
telling you, it's fine. If you might be right, try page 37. I might have remembered.
I guess we just gotta wait.
Yeah, it's not fun. I hate it.
No. But yep, best we can do.
Just gotta pass a bit of time. So, with that, I think you guys should probably figure out what you're going to be doing to fill your days today and then the next 2 days in their totality. Then try to think about the preparations you need to make in order to not perform the ritual. I'm just gonna hand wave that and have you make the check and spend the time, but what you're going to do once you're on the other side. Also thinking of a good place, like I think the suggestion of Madame Carrington's is pretty good. And
Now, the
yeah.
DM said that, so he's probably bullshitting.
Yeah, we shouldn't listen to him.
No,
But
not at all.
also remember you already know some of the creatures that exist on the other side, and you also know that you're going to be facing off against 2 rather powerful casters, a Night Hag and then Caligaro himself, who, just based on what he's been able to accomplish lately, is not going to be a pushover. And I will not pull punches with that one. People die, people die.
Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of anti-magic shit.
Yeah, because the spells he's going to know you are going to consider to be bullshit. And I'm going to say, yeah, well, guess his level.
Yeah.
Way too high for us, probably.
Yeah.
It's a 1v1, absolutely.
Let's see. I do
Remember-
have spell immunity, but only works on spells of 4th level or lower.
At least Melia probably is not going to be able to go based on her injury. Cyrus, however, can.
We're gonna need Cyrus. He can do some fucking damage.
And that was just his melee weapons.
Yeah. Holy
Those
fuck.
two, by all means, jump on board.
So, with that said, as the party sits at the table, agonizing over their next move and trying to cut down the amount of time, and unfortunately being unsuccessful, knowing you're going to have to spend the next 3 days, including today, since it's only about 8 a.m., waiting for the knowledge for the ritual to proceed, you're going to have to make some plans. Fill the time, and how are you going to approach killing the Night Hag, Sally Scrabblebones, and her partner, master, student, who the hell knows, Nahum Caligaro. But I think that will be a problem for next time. This is where we shall be signing off.
Yeet.
So, I'm glad everybody was able to make it in, and hopefully you watching us at home will catch us next week, and those of you playing will be able to make it, and maybe we'll get a lot of stuff done. I don't know. It depends on what you as players and characters want to do.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I did quite a bit this session. Might be a little calmed down for the next one.
Then with that, I think that will be me and us signing off for those of us here at Rough Rolling. See us next week. Good
See you next
night.
week. Bye.
See you.